A Neet'S Guide to the Parallel World Healer, The Strongest Cheat Chapter 31-50. To has no eyes on the market and has been looking at the meat of Yao Arstein in the bag of ingredients. Hey, can you stop because Nim's scared? Bae, that's all right. Besides, Nim's not scared. Here. It's beautiful. Nim was stopping at something. Nim, what's going on? Nim seemed to fall in love with a necklace with blue transparent stones lined up in the juice store. Excuse me, how much is this? I have no choice but to ask. It's 3,000 lions. Miss, do you like it? The owner asked Nim. Not me. Yes it is. It's so beautiful. Nasty shopkeeper. I didn't expect to use such a young girl to make it impossible to back down. Your eyes are high. This is a crystalline stone from Pulstera. Is it Pulstera? Oh. But we haven't had much circulation since the country was gone. I don't even know when I'll get it next. It's a substitute. If you want to buy it, you can buy it now. The crystalline stones that can be taken from the canyon of Pulstera are famous. It's blue now, but after years of wearing it, it changes color in response to the magic of the owner. How many colors it will be until then is a pleasure. The purity changes depending on the quality of the magic of the wearer. In the past, when things wore by the archdeacon were flowing in the back, it was a little news among the merchants. Then give me 3 of these. Sounds like an interesting stone. Besides, Nim wants it, and this is how good it will be. A souvenir of the journey. Thank you. We take care of it. When I put a necklace on her neck, Nim blushed her cheeks and was innocently happy. Excuse me till my minute. That's what Mr. Sierra said to hide the lightness. Masamoon. Well, you don't even call me. That's what To said as she blushed her cheeks and looked down to hide her face. Bae, I don't mind. Is To doing it on purpose? You can't make your face red until I do this. Even though I make a natural look with that in mind, when I turned my arm behind To's neck, my eyes matched and my grin was 0 out of embarrassment. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, shall I put it on Mr. Sierra too? No, I'm fine. I made fun of Mr. Sierra from the blindfold. Don't be unfamiliar. Then we walked down the road and continued our sightseeing. As I walked down the alley, I found a picturesque sign where wine and jocks intersect. I checked inside over the glass, and apparently this is a liquor store. Lord Masamoon. This is a liquor store. Do you want to go inside? Mr. Sierra led us into the store. Welcome, the owner called when he entered the store. It's kind of drinky. Nim. This is a liquor store. Are you an adventurer? What are you looking for? I don't particularly have what I'm looking for. Do you have any recommendations or anything? Right. Now this, and then this. The owner introduced me to some wine and whiskey, but I have a budget and it's hard to handle lightly. With a bitter laugh, I turned my eyes to the wall of nothing and tried to tell the story. But I found a certain poster there. That was a curler poster of wine with an old man's painting that looked good on the alcohol logo. Old Gert is out of stock. It happened yesterday. That's what the store owner said, and for some reason he was smiling thinly. Does Old Gert mean the wine depicted on this poster? Then the shopkeeper laughed bitterly again after a look that somehow solidified into my inquiry. No, well, that's true. Maybe you don't know Old Gert? Yes, I've never heard that before. It's rare. That's a brand now even called Phantom Wine. It's not manufactured anymore. On the contrary, it wouldn't even exist in the world. I can't believe it happened yesterday. When I was a kid, I haven't had a drink since I snuck that one in my father's study. I remembered it was there. I felt like I had seen this logo somewhere earlier, but I remembered it unexpectedly. Oh. You mean this? Different space storage was opened and 1 bottle of that wine was taken home from the dungeon in large quantities. That's right. That was exactly this wine. Whoa, you're lying? Why don't you show me that? Pass the wine gently, fine, to the excited shopkeeper. That's the wine Masamoon gave me before, isn't it? Oh, it was originally found in a dungeon. The store owner had taken out things like magnifying glasses and checked the bottom and sides of the bottle. Then the cork and logo. You're not faking this, are you? I don't know. Do you want to taste it? Taste it, okay. I poured wine into the glass the shopkeeper brought. The store owner checked the taste and aroma as he turned the glass and put it on the lamp lights. Seriously? It's real. Definitely. This is exactly Old Gert. Where did you get this? It's a dungeon. Right. I see. A dungeon. When the shopkeeper heard about the dungeon, he looked like he had a strange face and was thinking about something. Hey, can you do me a favor and give this to me? Give in? I won't say for free, I'll give you as much money as I want. Right. How about 10 million lions? Add some wine to it. You can take all the liquor from this store if you want. Become. Is it 10 million lions? Mr. Sierra was stunned next door. Hey, wait a minute. It's a thankful story to have alcohol. But isn't it all a bummer to the boulder? I don't do business. So I'll be honest with you, ignorant, but as I said, this wine doesn't even exist anymore. If you're going to give me a price, I don't need 100 million. If you like alcohol, you want enough wine to get your hands out of your throat. Both nobles can sell high, 100 million or a billion. One bottle will give you the money to play and live your whole life. You're lying. Was I drunk so many bottles of such fine wine? But there are still more than 100 bottles left, and if we include the barrel, we have a lot of stock, so is it okay? But there's a problem. I said I'd give you as much money as I want, but I don't have enough money to buy this out right now. 30 million lions to pay right now. That's the limit. I suppose you want quite a bit. The shopkeeper even said he was coming down all his property from the bank. But I have a handover. Originally built by my ancestors, I could sell wine directly to both nobles, and at least promise a billion profits at the moment. I don't know exactly, but I'll give you half of the sale price. So what do you think? A billion lions. My head is crashing. I didn't know Lord Masamune had old gut. Do you know Mr. Sierra, too? Of course it is. My father runs a vineyard, so you can't possibly not know vineyards around here. Hey, are you from the Eclato family? Yes, I am the daughter of Brown Eclato. I see. I was often heard when I was a little girl. Old Gert is the supreme wine in the world. But I had no idea that the wine that was being drank in the village of Tanya was Old Gert. I had no idea. Mr. Sierra looks intrigued by Old Gert. Toe, on the other hand, didn't even look at it for the alcoholic, and he laughed when he saw him picking his nose off. It's alcoholic, he said. What would you do with wine rather than that? If you get tonsured as it is, you get 30 million. I do not know the monetary value of this world, but the mere fact that Mr. Sierra is distracted next door would suffice. It's not a bad story for me. But basically, I don't trust people I've never met before. The store owner shows a certain understanding of course in the words. But what do you mean it's not a bad story? This is a mistake, but it's not worth 100 million. He seems a little confused, but apparently the store owner isn't going to cheat on me. 30 million lions. If you can pay for that on this occasion now, I'll give you the wine. I wouldn't expect that, but of course, half of the sales value is included. Seriously? Look, are you sure you want to sell me? Yes, I don't mind. No way. I really didn't expect you to sell me. The shopkeeper held his head as he grabbed his forehead with his right hand seriously for some reason. Okay, hang on, I'll get the money down from the bank. And all of a sudden I left that behind, and momentum popped out of the store. After a while, the shopkeeper came back breathless with a bag not even that big in one hand. Sorry, 5 million lions for starters. Calming his rough breath and telling him to put out the contents of the bag on the counter, he disappeared to the back of the store next. I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long. This is the remaining 25 million lions. The store owner answers with a lot of enthusiasm when he returns. 30 million combined. There was still the smile of the man who cut it off. There's a bunch of bills on the counter in front of me. There are 3,000 notes for 10,000 lions. Apparently, much of the property was hidden inside the store. But why is it only a 5 million bank? I didn't even know there was a bank in this world. I want to make an account too. I did receive it. I dared not check the number of notes and gave them a bottle of new wine. There won't be any particular need. Instead, this one is not as precious to me as it is to this shopkeeper. There's as much wine as there is. You don't need to get laid. I will surely return this favor. Don't forget half of the sale price. That's right. I told you earlier, if you like, take as much booze as you want in the store. You can have everything you promised. You have nothing to say to me. I chose a few bottles of liquor that looked good because the owner would insist on recommending it. Are you sure that's all you need? You can pick more, can't you? But I must have chosen quite a bit over time. But the shopkeeper persisted. No. That's enough. You're so unusual. You have to live more greedily. A big favor. But I guess Old Gert is so valuable. That's all I could tell from the owner's condition. I decided to have half of the sale price brought to Mr. Sierra's house. They say the Igarat family in Razorson is famous, and they know where it is. As a store owner, it's convenient to make an immediate deposit if you have an account, but I don't have one. I don't mind because I go to Razorson a lot. but it would help if you could keep an account early. I don't really want to carry a lot of money. Okay, I will. It's all picked up. I didn't think wine would turn into this place. That's what I'm going to do and how I'm going to spend this big money. Mr. Sierra, speaking of which, Rapier was broken at Mr. Boreas's request. Wasn't he? Mr. Sierra was talking to the store owner somehow while tasting old gut. Embarrassing story, actually, yes. With that said, Mr. Sierra takes a broken rapier out of his hip sheath. The shopkeeper is impressed with the splendid breakage. Should I stop tasting? Shame on the swordsman. Mr. Sierra is laughing bitterly as he says so. Is that expensive stuff? Quite the case, isn't it? The White King Knight is supplied with weapons to suit each of them. It's the most valuable thing in Razorson. Apparently, this rapier is a special order for Mr. Sierra. I see. So why don't you go buy a rapier now? Oh, I'm so fat, said the store owner. These kinds of money can only be returned to the people around you. But I don't have anything to give back. Never mind. I also buy Toe and Nim clothes. My clothes? Is that Nim's clothes? Still picking my nose. Nim. Oh, you can't wear that every day, can you? Let's buy it while we can. I mean the reward for trying my best to follow Nim. Then we'll buy rapier too. Why is Toe's clothes not dirty? Is something magical working? Then I'll introduce you to the best store in town. The shopkeeper who was listening there said so with a motivated look as to why. The owner's name seems to be Mr. Roberts. I don't know if it's a last name or a first name. He seems to be a fairly well-known merchant when he talks to me, but he has enough handlers to buy and sell with nobility, so naturally. Sir, could you show me that sword again just now? That's about Snake Sword Kyrgyzstan. When I found out it was something I got in the dungeon as well, Mr. Roberts' expression changed. We talked about putting the snake sword on the appraisal once in a while. Sir, you shouldn't inadvertently say noisy words like dungeon. Noisy. It was certainly a noisy place. In the meantime, I'm going to put this on appraisal as my belongings. That would be better, and let me do that. I don't know what a dungeon product is. If you give up 100 steps and you're a legend or a myth, your husband's life is in danger if fantasy comes to an end. While Mr. Roberts was explaining, Mr. Sierra looked seriously at the serpent sword. Nevertheless, I didn't know my life was in danger. In a very noisy world, Cook's Toy Store. It is a grocery store developed by a major cook group, marked by a smiling brown cane and a sign for an old man with a stuffed white beard. Mr. Roberts taught me. It's big. Nim was excited about the store exterior and its signs. Do you even have a store like this in Toe's hometown? I don't know, because I haven't been to town much. I know you're from a land called the Great Forest because you're a demon, but what the hell was your life like? I'm talking about a toy store, but it's just a magic prop store inside. Well, let's go in anyway. Mr. Roberts walked into the store looking somewhat enjoyable. Once inside, the world was spreading like a luxurious palace. Gold-edged windows on red curtains. Chandeliers illuminated by blue and white crystals on the ceiling. The floor is a red carpet with embroidery. All products are displayed in a showcase. There were armor, swords, shields and other protective equipment and weapons at the wall, and even clothes inside that seemed like just hoodies, no matter how you look at them. In the center, there is also a line of liquids in glass bottles that are likely to be used in science experiments. Such a sight continued into the back of the store. In the meantime, this is it first. That's what Mr. Roberts said, handing my snake sword to the woman at the counter. It's amazing. It's sparkling and spacious. Hey, Nim. Nim disappeared into the store with his eyes shining. Toe goes after him. Why don't you take a look inside, too, Mr. Sierra? I don't know much about rapier, and I think Sierra should choose for herself. That's right. Never mind. Think of it as rent for what it is you're having me stay at the mansion. That would be better for me too. Originally, I was going to thank you for something, but there were times when I was oblivious to the customs of different worlds, and I didn't know how to thank them, so I put them off. Well, let me sweeten your words. When I said that and lowered my head shallow as it seemed illuminating, Mr. Sierra disappeared into the store as well. Why don't you see my husband, too? I'm waiting for the results here. Okay. I don't think there's anything useful about healers. If you can cover with tools, they won't call you the weakest. Not that I want anything in particular, but I decided to take a look around. I ran into Toe when I was looking for the store. Toe, was there something good or something? Masamune. That's right. Not particularly. I have a sword, and I don't want to wear that armor. When I say protective equipment, it'd be lighter if you could. I just found a parka that looked light. Sir, if so, how about this one or something? The clerk who was listening recommended the product. This is a rare piece of lightweight protective equipment that builds on Wyvern scales. Precious? I was leaning my neck toward the first word I heard. A rare class is a standard that demonstrates the value of everything, from weapons and consumables and books to monster materials. General class, B rank monster materials and minerals, etc., produced from low-quality materials. Rare objects produced from high-quality materials, such as A-rank monster materials and minerals. National treasure. Materials and minerals from S-rank monsters, etc., created by national treasure materials. Epic. Materials produced by epic materials, such as SS-rank monster materials and minerals. Mythological. Objects created by mythological materials, such as SSS-rank monster materials and minerals. Fantasy. Objects created from unconfirmed materials, such as materials and minerals from infinite monsters. For items falling below the C rank, the value criterion is not set. This means that there is no value in anything that can be taken from a goblin. And I didn't know there was such a standard. Then I want something a little more valuable. Besides, this wyvern armor is gobbly, lightweight but wouldn't look good on tow. What's behind that? That'll be a national treasure corner. That was another room set up apart from here. I can see the showcase through the gaps in the red curtains. Can I have a look inside? Sorry, the national treasure class can be a very expensive item, so we check with your budget beforehand when you come in. Excuse me, may I ask you something? That's right. It's something to wear and I can give it up to 10 million lions. Is that all right with you? I put out the bundle of bills I just got out of Robe's pocket. I'm sorry, this way, please. The clerk was surprised by the bundle of bills. This means that even the national treasure class will suffice. Objectively, I don't seem to have the money, and I guess I was surprised with that included. Hey, Masamoon. 10 million lions, are you serious? Seriously? Cause it's 10 million. Right? I don't know how many Yao Arsteins I can buy. It's a good thing you got a lot of money, but is that the amount you can give me that easy? I don't know. But it's protective equipment and you can give it that much? If you want to fund your trip, you can earn it again on request. Well, either way, let's just watch it once. I don't even know the market. Right. Toe wouldn't know the market or monetary value either. You were worried. You didn't seem to be convinced somewhere by me scattering money. The national treasure class was clearly treated differently than products lined up in other areas. The interior is either to create an atmosphere or dark, as if it were an aquarium. The edge of the showcase is golden and lighted up inside. It was even equipped with a sofa for rest. Toe, isn't this a good idea? That's where I found something that looked good on Toe. A heavenly feather. Toe glanced at the letter with his eyes. It just looks like hieroglyphics to me. That was a beautiful light outfit with white lace fabric. It doesn't feel like protective equipment, and it wouldn't be protective equipment at the point of a feather coat. I said this is a heavenly feather coat and it will be an object made by a senior alchemist combining national treasure fabrics and minerals. Sturdy, elastic and above all lightweight. What do you think of Masamoon? Right. Doesn't this stuff look better on Toe than armor? Sounds like good quality, and I think I'm good. Then I'll make this one. Excuse me, how much is this? This will be 1.5 million lions. Surprisingly, I thought it was affordable, but 1.5 million. If metaphorically this was the Japanese yen, which common man would pay 1.5 million for clothes. Masamoon, are you okay? Money is needed for the journey ahead, and you don't have to. Toe's worried face peered in. Indecisive personality that doesn't heal when you come to another world. It's not cool. No, no problem at all. Besides, I just want to buy it and raise it. Someone said I couldn't replace my belly on my back. Excuse me, take this. Thank you for your purchase. I'll bring it right away. We then proceeded to talk in the direction of buying, but Toe said she wanted to try it on first. In the meantime, I decided to go check on Mr. Sierra and Num. Num was watching the showcase in a national treasure area. When did you get in? Num, have you found anything you want? I'm not sure. It's just a bunch of numbers I've never seen that make my head crack. What clothes would look good on Nim? I called the clerk and explained that Nim was a cat. Then I asked him if he had any protective equipment he could wear even if it was as small as Nim's. Then how about this one or something? Then the clerk brought something like a sparkling thin shirt. This one, I said, Mithril, was created by the hands of elf's senior alchemist and senior seamstress. Can be worn as an inner. The price will be 2 million lions and expensive, but with the magic of elasticity, you can wear it without any problem if you get older and your back length changes. This just shirt cost me 2 million. Who the hell is an elf? This is sturdy, isn't it? Yes, of course. We use national treasure materials. 3.5 million combined with Toe's clothes, still at the beginning. So I bought Mithril. Nim, you should wear this under your clothes. It protects Nim's body. Master, isn't this expensive? Right. But these clothes will protect Nim's body in the future. That's cheap enough to think about. Is that true? Nim seems a little sorry. Oh, try it on with Toe over there. Nim stared me in the eye and said, I get it. And ran away with a smile. Your husband. But when I tried to leave the scene, I heard Nim again, and I looked back and there stood Nim, who was supposed to have gone to try it on. What's going on? Thank you. With an innocent grin, Nim said so and ran away again. Nim was so innocent that he couldn't help but grin. Then Toe shows up from the fitting room with the replacement. At that moment, that feeling came back when I first met Toe. What happened to those clothes? Toe wore an inner she didn't remember. Besides the feather coat she bought earlier. The clerk served me because it looked like the color of my hair. That was like the maiden of Dragon Palace Castle. It sure is beautiful, enough to be seen by accident. Oh, you look great, don't you? Speaking of thoughts, Toe laughed and said thank you. Master, it was worn. I heard an innocent voice there. Looking back, he's wearing clothes he doesn't even know about until Nim. The clerk gave it to me. Nim wore a palatable white hoodie and shorts. I see a slight mithril from my chest. So I noted, for some reason, that Parker's hood has ears on it. The clerk said that this is a cat hoodie, and even with a hood, it is specifications that allow you to get your ears up inside. And they told me that these were services, as the two of them said, and that they didn't need money. Finally, Mr. Sierra's rapier is next. Looking inside the store, there was Mr. Sierra looking at the showcase. Did you find anything that looked good? Lord Masamoon. That's in the showcase in front of Mr. Sierra. Clouding that word, he could see a sword that was inspired by snow crystals. He's perfectly understandable. That's rapier, who was built to work out unicorn horns. It's also a unicorn that lives in the Elder Mountains. Elder Mountains? The Elder Mountains are mountain ranges at an altitude of 10,000 meters that rise to Mudhorn. It is a world of silver that has been snowing for hundreds of years, and most monsters do not come close to the cold, but the unicorns of the land are said to be the territory of this mountain. The body of the unicorn that grew up in this mountain produces the magic of the ice attribute, and its nucleus dwells on the corner. And the harsh environment turns unicorns into quality monsters. Are you going out of your way to hunt in such a mountain? Technically, it's a little different. Rarely do unicorns descend to the foot of the mountain. It was this ice crystal rapier that captured it and forged it into a sword. The core of the ice attribute is used in the body, and the magic of the ice resides in it. Of course it is the senior blacksmith who has worked out, so the price is 5 million lions. But it is a guaranteed dish of quality. Mr. Sierra was making his expression strong when he heard of 5 million. Speaking of which, Mr. Sierra used the magic of the ice attribute, right? Could this be compatible with this rapier? That's true, but this is too expensive. I'm still an immature knight, and other cheaper things. So whether you want to buy it or not, how about this sword from Mr. Sierra? That's already great. It's called the Glow of the Body, it's called the Twilight and the Good Pattern. And most importantly, it has a nucleus of ice attributes rather than a grant, and I can't complain about it. Well, give me this. Thank you. The clerk matched Nori. Hey, Lord Masamoon. You shouldn't. I can't have this expensive stuff. Mr. Sierra didn't try hard to receive it afterwards, but he was forced to push him. I've already bought it, so it's not returnable, he said. Excuse me, I'll make it a treasure for the rest of my life. It was broken at the end. The cost totals 8,5 million lions. The rest of the handheld still had plenty of room. 21.5 million lions, except for the fraction. You won't be punished for doing this much shopping. Then when I finished accounting and went back to the counter, Mr. Roberts was waiting with the snake sword in one hand. But there is something wrong with why. Thank you for waiting. When Mr. Roberts gave his thoughts on the three strange figures, looks like he enjoyed it a lot and more than anything, he said. When he saw Mr. Sierra's rapier, he found out, this is another superior to ice crystal rapier. But that was it, and I left the store immediately without any particular conversation. It seemed a little unnatural. I accidentally glanced at Toe and Sierra, but we both didn't know what it meant to look like Mr. Roberts just tilting his neck. Sir, I'll give you this back. Mr. Roberts returns the snake sword when he leaves the store. So, how was it? But they gave me the serpent sword and I somehow realized it. I mean, something must have happened in the appraisal. The value of that sword can't be measured here. Can't count? Does that mean it's more than epic? Said Sierra. No, that clerk said he could still count here until the epic grade. I mean, at least that's more than a mythical weapon at the moment. It's what Sean used and I didn't doubt it was worth it, but I didn't know it was that far. Really? Are you a mythical? I've never seen it before. I've never seen anything like this before, either. Is the mythology class that rare? It's not unusual. First of all, we're not on the market for more than mythology. It's not an exaggeration to say it doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. But it's set as a value criterion, right? I hear that if you go to the head office, some things are more than mythological. But I've never seen anything like it. Sometimes I hear stories running around the back, but I still haven't seen them. What do you mean? I don't like it. Though there is a single standard, I don't know if there is. That's why things have fantasy classes, and monsters have infinity. Even that clerk does. I'm telling you, technically, I've only seen it to the epic level. It's not believable either. Therefore, it seems that that is something that can also be said to monsters, and has not been confirmed above the SSS rank. Mr. Roberts still seemed to have something to say about the snake sword, but he stopped talking there. With that said, Sean said to give Toe the snake sword if it didn't fit. I used it from handheld without thinking about it, but I've been taught swordsmanship before. This sword doesn't suit me. I feel uncomfortable or something stuck in my teeth. Hey, Toe, would you use this sword, please? I mean, trade for broadswords. What? Why? It's a sword worth more than mythology, isn't it? I wish Masamune could use it. That doesn't seem right to me. Even if they say it doesn't fit, I can't even use that. I'm using it, and I don't know what this is. It's not a sword for men. It's not for human use if you want to say more. I don't know why, but I felt that way. So maybe it suits Toe. With an uninspiring look on his face, Toe looked at the pattern and body when he received the sword. But after a while, I just answered, okay, and he gave me a hips broadsword. Okay? Yeah. I don't know, but this will do. Have you noticed anything? But Toe's expression seemed satisfying. Sir, you're really not greedy. I don't know how easy it is to do such a precious thing. How much would it cost to sell? I hear Mr. Roberts has only one thing in mind about gold. But I can't help it because I'm a merchant. That's okay. Plus, there's still more than $20 million left. I knew my husband was a different person. Is there no greed or is the vessel big? There will be no such thing as a big bowl only for me. This guy has a good mouth, too. After that, Mr. Roberts and I broke up. We were in a carriage to King's Landing. Do you feel guilty? Mr. Sierra has conveyed Rapier's gratitude many times. That's okay. If Sierra hadn't let me stay at home, Toe and I would have slept outside for a few days, and maybe we wouldn't have had dinner. I'm only being asked to do it when I feel like it somehow, and I'm having a life like this, because Mr. Sierra tells me I can stay home. It is no exaggeration to say that it is thanks to Mr. Sierra that there is now. Nim slept next to me wearing a cat-eared hood. Apparently I'm tired of coming to a land I don't know. Toe, who wraps his feather coat around and, from time to time, brings his thin pink hair to the wind, is more beautiful than when he came. I was still right about this feather. But didn't Toe want anything other than this? I have returned to you recently, Then for a moment, I feel like I'm dreaming about the fact that the three of them are in front of me. But I've been alone until now. I can't help it. If it was that day where every day just wanted to die, you wouldn't have imagined it. So I thank the three of you wholeheartedly. That day, in Greyburg, a forest wizard, the funeral of Albert Morrow, was taking place. A large number of people in tears and officials of the kingdom and Johannes Graberg and Errors summoned there, and no sign of the brave men. Albert, He was a friend. He supported this country for a long time. But I couldn't repay Albert one thing. King Johannes speaks to the people. Whoever killed Albert is an organization that calls itself the Heart of a Dragon. The rest of us weren't going to tell this story initially. In Albert's honor, he decided the truth would lie low. But I realized it was a mistake. Because they suffer like the rest. Many of the people looked up to Johannes in tears. Remember the name of those who killed all your friends. The name of the one who hates this country. And the rest I swear here. Make sure you get the dragon's heart. Ripping apart those who killed Albert. It's not what the king says, but that is why it appeared to the people that the king's figure was true. At the end of the funeral, it was Johannes who lit Albert's body by purposefully naming him. Burning flames will empower that word, which called Albert a friend, and Johannes will gain even greater support. But this is not what started right now. It's Albert Morrow, the forest wizard. B. Greyberg here. The school's practice area is mediocre soil and sand. But there was an idyllic landscape surrounded by grass and flowers. Peace likely to hear even the little bird chirp. The students gathered. They found out about the obituary. That word of Ares was hard for the students to believe. Albert is dead. The students' expressions gradually collapsed and turned into confusion. Why, Mr. Albert? Saab questions with an interrupting voice. There is an organization called the Heart of a Dragon. They are bandits, so to speak, aimed at the country, such as nobles and politicians. The other day, they showed up near the border. Albert felt disturbing magic and rushed right away. But he was no match for it. From time to time, Albert used to give magic classes to the braves when visiting the school. A grandfather who teaches magic gently. That's where Albert is for the students. The slight grin and the voice heard from the ho-ho-ho-ho mustache made the students understand their attachment. I was deeply troubled whether I should tell this story, but I want you to inherit Albert's will. Will, is it? It was Saab's voice. Yes, it means killing the demon clan. The Demon King, defeat the Demon King and bring peace to the world. That's Albert's will. Greyberg's peace and tranquility, and Albert's will to think of you. Ares said that in tears. Some of the students cried, please. Saab grabbed his fist quietly in Ares's words. Silence flowed for a while after Ares left the practice area. However, as soon as the students tightened their expressions, they began training. No one among them doubted the tears of Alice, except for one. As each began practicing magic on the ground and training swords and spears, one person, one strip, looked up in the shade and into the sky. You weren't listening to Mr. Ares. Saab yelled at one article in a way that he didn't like it. What, Saab? No, I was listening. It would be free time now, so I thought I'd let you use this time as much as you want. It's important to rest, isn't it? Article had powerless eyes. And I embellished Saab as usual. Then Saab's yelling stopped, and there flowed the silence of the two staring at each other. This was the routine for the two of us. There had been some changes in one article. That's Mashima and Kihara first. They were initially relieved to be beside one article, but right now, there's no one next to a single article. They walked away from one article and chose Saab next. So when Saab moves, they follow me late. Mashima and Kihara, who showed up beside him, said nothing, just next to Saab. One glanced up at the sky again for a moment so as not to be interested, even as he turned his gaze toward them. Saab, this is how you're gonna come at me for something, isn't it? That's when I think. I was wondering if Hitachi felt this way. Oh, my God, you still say that. You have cancer. We're alive. I'm not talking about dead people. Then that woman is guilty of the same crime. She came here to talk about the dead. Oh, my God. Who is that woman? You mean Mr. Ares? Who else is there? In Saab's eyes, staring at a piece, he was even murderous. Saab, you have a bad mouth, face, and bare hands, but you are pure. That's why I don't see it. Huh? It's about that woman. There's got to be something behind it. Say no more. Saab, why do you have her shoulder so far? Think about it. What's happened to you since she showed up here and told you about that old man's death? Definitely would have been more motivated than before. Hey, Saab, people are dead, right? That, too, was the great wise man who served the country for decades. And now you're full of motivation. One strip smiled thinly. You don't think it's weird? I can't think of a situation when I show up, but the soldiers were murdered by the demons again. But I always go in from dark stories, and then I leave with all the convenience of saying how the will is and believing in us. Then the majority of the boys start special training in a non-challenging way. Brainwashing. You just didn't think a girl could do it. and when you realized it, there was an old man in and out who just laughed like he was in love all the time. When the old man dies, this time it's the end of provoking him to be hostile. It's all in that woman's scenario. There's no good intentions. What's the matter, Saab? Another fight with one article? I could see Butler, wondering how the two of them were doing there. No, Doctor. I was just talking about our future. We need to be stronger for Greyberg. Right. I'm counting on you, Saab. Yes. This was Saab now. Butler was called by another student and has gone somewhere again. When Saab glanced back again, there was a glimpse of a shoulder trembling and laughing. Saab. Hey, I even remember nausea for you right now. I was still more serious before. In the expression and words of the article, Saab opened his eyes to tremble in anger. But you put up with it just before, and later you heard a deep sigh. I don't know what you think. I don't snitch on you. You're strong. It's necessary for this country. How far does that loyalty include your will? Hey, come on. Mashima yelled at me, who had been irritated by a single word from earlier. I'm sick of your novels already. It was cool before, but now I don't know. It's not cool, is it one? Kihara added in a slightly ridiculous manner. That's because it's a pit where you two can only see things on the upper side. Same old. Huh? Say it again. Explosion. Shortly afterwards, a huge explosion broke out over the sky, blowing winds strong enough for the nearby trees to shake. The students and Butler were blinded, and when the blast erased Mashima's utterance, there was later an article that glanced at Mashima. Mashima is afraid of too much force and her expression doesn't have any convulsive words. You two are always someone's goldfish, hun. If I can't, Saab, then who's next when Saab can't? After all, it's a repeat. If you were hiding behind someone and hitchhiking, wouldn't you have been afraid to say anything? If they were Hitachi, not me, you'd be making them curse until they got tired of it. Saab pulled the two stiff hands and kept them away from one article. You're not using magic as a threat tool, you coward. I have trouble being spoken to by your servants. Besides, I just had a little moxibustion. Saab glanced closer at one of those chilling attitudes. Think about which one is wrong. And when I whispered so, I took the two of them away from the spot. The one left alone sighs, leaning against the tree again. And I closed my eyes. Why? Have we all forgotten? There can't be any compassion for that woman in the first place. She had that look on her face when she flew Hitachi. He laughs with an ugly face from the bottom of his heart when he falls into a person. Everyone must have seen that, not just me. Yet, I didn't know the one. I was haunted by the feeling that I was the only one who was sane. We're leftovers. If I'm judged incompetent, I'll be flown like Hitachi. No. They could kill me next. Why doesn't anyone notice? Must come and kill me, huh? You guys, all of you. At that time, the last words of the political ministry came to pass in the back of an article. One strip grinned thinly with his eyes closed, and when he opened one, he blocked the sun with his hands, laughing again small. When are you coming to kill me? Hitachi, one asked quietly as he looked up at the blue sky. Have you three been hunting? ? When we returned to the Wang capital, we first showed our faces to Mr. Sharon's shop. It's to deliver the basilisk tear glands that I was asked to. Oh, what's the matter with you? Use your own toilet. When I was arranging the material out of the bag on the table, Mr. Sharon said that to Nim, who was restless next to me. Nim tells me not to talk about the king's capital, but about my defeat of the basilisk. Apparently that's what he wants to talk about and can't help it. It's not that. Nim looks at my face with a flicker, but he shakes his head to shake it off. I can't even tell Sharon this. What do you mean? And then Nim, who kept shaking his head, said, are you okay? I was seriously worried. So, Mr. Sharon, what do you use this for? Well, that's settled. Make a secret pill. With that said, Mr. Sharon smiled a lot. That's it. After a while, Mr. Sharon showed up with some kind of liquid glass bottle. Did it boil until it melted? Apparently. There's a basilisk material in this bottle that I gave you earlier. To and Sierra are excited to have their voices together, but do they know what this is? So, what do you use this for? It's settled. Heal Nim's arm. Oh, are you cured? ? Isn't that obvious? Even so, this is not the way this secret medicine is supposed to be used, so it's not really known. But hey, saying so, Mr. Sharon held a container with liquid in his hand. Turn your sleeves and put your arms out. Nim turns his sleeve as he is told. Then there was after the painful baking marks. Then it hurts a little, but you have to put up with it, okay? Nim nodded with a strong expression. Then you, get ready for the healing magic. I don't rely on healing healers, but just in case. Do magic to the wound when I signal. I don't expect much, but give me everything I can. Like, if I give you a signal, you're gonna do everything you can, right? Ha, yes. As I was told, I put my hand on Nim's arm so that he could do the magic immediately. Then I'll go. Mr. Sharon pointed the liquid towards Nim's baking mark and drooled slowly. Be patient. The look on Nim's face shows that it is intense pain. Then it was found that the part with the baking mark emitted light small and blue, and the baking mark faded. Is this dissolving the surface of the skin? Not yet. Not yet. Mr. Sharon seemed to be watching the timing of something. Nim was still in pain during that time and was weeping a little. Now, healing, heals. He applied healing magic without emptying it into Nim's arm. Then the blue light that was drifting on the surface disappears, and you can see Nim's arms without the baking marks. Okay, now you're okay. Nim felt like he was powerless. If you support your body without emptying it, the burn mark that you should have had earlier is not clean and refreshing. I see white skin and there is no scar left there. Conditional anomaly healing, effect heal, and remove Nim's fatigue. Nim, are you okay? Yes, it's okay. I don't have the pain or that carefree feeling. The magic conditional anomaly healing, effect heal, also removes fatigue. It's a really handy magic trick for me to have no mental growth. I didn't know you could wipe that liquid off so beautifully. What was that liquid? Apparently, there's something Mr. Sierra doesn't even know. It's a secret medicine for basilisks. You know that too, right? I didn't know. I didn't know there was such a use for that drug. As Sierra knows, I usually use it as a cure. But if you add a little more poison to the formula, you can use it this way. Mr. Sierra was impressed with the explanation. Is To worried, or is he urging Nim, who is already well, to sit in his chair and rest? First, the surface of the burnished skin dissolves. It melts, so there's a lot of pain involved. And heal where it melts. Well, technically, there doesn't have to be healing magic. But if you take the wrong amount of poison, you have to be careful because it makes your skin harder. Well, I also have ingredients to suppress it, so I don't have to worry about that in case. When I stroke Nim's arm, it is certainly not stiff and has natural skin. It's a wonderful touch that combines slippery and punny, my lord. It's a pleasure. Oops, sorry. But you did your best. Nim was shy when he stroked his head. By the way, you do it inside. Nim, are you okay now? I'm not ignoring you. Oh, is that about me? You're the only one. Not at all. Well, what is it? I'm talking about magic. I've never seen healing magic so quickly in my life. That's not all. You're not the only one who can use magic to cure abnormalities and even heal fatigue. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just the weakest magic of healers. I've never seen it before, too. But I'm surprised. I've heard that attribute granting can be used, but I can't believe it can be cured to a state anomaly, Lord Masamoon. Isn't that what healers are for? That's what happened during this time. But you really don't know anything. If a healer can use so many sorceries, the world will end. Healers are basically the only healing magic I remember first. Unlike the healing magic that priest uses, it's an extremely ineffective magic. The first healing magic I learned. But I have two simple healing magics. To the extent that even skilled healers can use a little attribute granting, it's still rare for such a person. Normally I don't even try to learn magic in the first place. I can't believe healers learn witchcraft because it's ought to be discriminated against when they're freaks. Even if you work hard on it, those two end up in Sakyama. That's why the world calls healers the weakest profession. You won't have to be so clear. I've felt like this guy lacked something called delicacy for a long time, but was he the type who didn't understand people's pain, or is my spirit just weak? The word weakest stabs me in the chest. Can you use anything else? Well, it's possible as long as you apply a little grant, like increasing your attack and defense. I briefly explained the magic. You're frightened. You know, I don't think that's Audiamora. Mr. Sharon looked discouraged for some reason. Oh, that's it. You are so advanced magic? I've never heard a healer use advanced magic. With that said, Mr. Sierra and Mr. Sharon were stunned. To will know because he can peek at the status. Nim, by the way, is totally left out of the story. Are you advanced even though it's not attack magic? Well, the magic is different in magnitude and magnitude of enhancement. It's not surprising that you've been certified advanced. There aren't many people who can use it. It doesn't change that you are the weakest job. In common sense in this world, healers will never be able to use big flames and electric shocks earlier. That is a fact that cannot be changed. But somehow, I felt lighter. Master Naito will be promoted to B rank. Congratulations. After Sharon, we came to the Adventurer Alliance with a report of the request. But when the request was completed, the receptionist suddenly said, "So, what is B rank?" "Is B rank?" In addition, Totriko will be promoted to C rank. Isn't that strange? Until a few days ago, I was rank F. I'm rank B, right? To is C ranked. It's the Alliance Master's decision, so no problem. I mean, I guess there's something wrong with that Gillmouth. Mr. Sierra, is this what promotion looks like? Number. It will take as little as a year to get promoted to the next rank. But most of the time it takes years. Because the higher the rank, the more difficult it will be to promote. Minimum of a year. In other words, the calculation takes 4 years from the F rank to the B rank. But even those 4 years are unlikely, Sierra says. I haven't been here a month. If you have any idea, there's only one. This is a promotion, including the Nutcalane thing, right? You cannot explain the details from me. I will contact the master if you wish. No, thank you. Definitely. It's odd that we can't talk about the reasons for the promotion first. Reinhardt said he could lay low on that story as much as he could, but apparently the story is leaking where I don't know it. Wait a minute. I signed up for the guild with Naito, and he named Reinhardt a political sect. But the Alliance promoted me. This is bad. That means Naito and the political ministry, at least the Alliance and the White King Knights, know that these two are the same person. Mr. Sierra, have you asked Reinhardt anything? You know, my promotion. No, I haven't heard anything in particular. Aren't you supposed to be asking just now that I'm back? Excuse me, are you Mr. Sierra Clato? Yes. I was on hold. The reward was better prepared. Could you please sign here? Apparently, Nutcalane's reward came out. It's as if they were telling me to give it to you when I got back. Hey healer bastard. How dare you do that during this time? That's where I heard a troublesome voice from behind. Yogi. Now I want you to give me a break. Excuse me, Lord Masamune. Annette just contacted me, and I had to go back to headquarters. Okay. This place is fine, so go. Mr. Sierra had a mild conversation with To and Nam and left the guild behind after the excuse me meeting. Hey. You're ignoring me. Anyway, you've done it again with the goblin exorcism, haven't you? To looks fed up with that guy again when she sees the yogi side. I was nervous when I first visited here, but I got used to it. It's an embarrassing story, actually, it is. I don't get involved with this guy. You're right to laugh and delude yourself here. I'm a villain. A villain is fooling your husband. But then Nim popped out in front of me. What is this little one? You take him. Unforgivable. Nim was shaking his full and both shoulders as he made his fists around his hips. Damn, you're a bastard with a seizure all the time. Every time I see you, I make another woman. But I didn't think you'd let this happen to a kid. What, lady, are you trying to do it with me? As Yogi crouched in, he brought his face closer and set his gaze on Nim. Your husband says the basilisk twists and crushes in an instant, even against him. You, Nim? Ha ha ha. Isn't that funny, lady? But now I don't need you to joke about the lady. It's the healer kid over here who needs you. Yogi stood up and smiled with Nitanito when he saw me. Ugly face and dirty teeth. And that's when, for some reason, Nim's back appeared in front of my face. What, Nim? Pulling his right fist all the way in the air to his hip position, he's in some sort of setup. Catwin Roth, Cat Hood. At that moment, Nim's fist, released towards Yogi's face, hit him clean. Gwa! Yogi blew backwards in recoil, crashing into the wall and falling. The people at the gathering place were whispering, Yogi again? Seeing where he doesn't move, he apparently lost consciousness due to the shock. Nam, what's that? And To, it's a cat fist. But the villains made fun of your husband, so this is a natural reward. Well, he's always involved, and it was depressing. Okay, I used to go to the guild by myself a few times, but it was depressing to see Yogi tangled up every time. Still, it's cat fisting, or it's just so powerful. Indeed, Mr. Sharon is right, stronger than a healer. It's this power with a small body. Nim's future is bright, isn't it? More than that, why have you been caught by slave traders when you are so strong? Nim, you didn't use cat fists when the merchants were catching you? That's what I asked him. But Nim says, he was flirty and powerless then. Didn't they even suck you in the matter off? To knew about it. I hear To's castle has a cat maid. The person told me that the cat clan would be powerless as drunk as a liquor just to smell the matted abbey. But as you grow up, you think you'll be okay with that, too? They even have training to get used to the smell of clam. Did Nim do his training? Nim doesn't know. Nim answers that in a leaning manner. The expression had a translational error. White King Knight's headquarters. It was inside Razorsen's royal castle, in one of its paintings. And this is the conference room. As they encircled the longitudinal table, those in white clothes sat in their seats. Sorry it's late. Sierra, hitting 7th in sequence, reached the closest seat to the door as she entered the room. You don't have to worry about it, because Sierra's starting to slow you down. Next to that right was the 6th place in the sequence, Emily Anderson's appearance. Sierra and I wouldn't be that different in back length. I wondered if the twin tails of brown hair would behave adorably to the surrounding area, and the wall behind them has a contrasting and huge mace. Thank you for working. I just want to say, if you want to monitor that boy, why don't you go directly to Sierra? Hiding is a nasty thing to do. And across the street from Emily was Edward Scotch, who hit 5th in sequence. The long-fitted white coat and white silk hat, the gaze of a one-eyed ladder peeking through its tuba, captured the northern side of the table farthest from the door, the Reinhardt, who lowered his hips to the upper seat. Sierra, how's that bastard doing? Apparently, you're staying at the house, but you were with me on the request, weren't you? Next to Edward's right was the 4th place in sequence, the figure of Reed Black. Do you still have it in your roots? Sierra asked in a tone that contained that aversion. And Reed straight his gaze with the tongue pounding. I can't ignore the fact that I'm pinching the table but the seats are across the street, and Sierra leaks a gentle sigh. How was the week? Had fun. Sierra and I had a slight seat away and there was a sequence 3rd next to Edward's left, the figure of Hilda Eclato. Are you getting along with Masamune Kanoto? Edward told me you made friends with the White Cats. Sister, please don't talk about it until you get home. More than that, Edward, what does surveillance mean? I haven't been told that. Sierra, wait until Reinhardt speaks. Apparently, this has been decided by His Majesty. Opposite Hilda was 2nd in sequence, Daniel King. It's next to Emily's right. It means you're under surveillance. I sent you and Week at first to confirm your thoughts. His Majesty had been asked beforehand about the situation in the barn and about the merchant targeting that land by Lord Boreas. And well, wouldn't Reinhardt explain if we just talked about this? So, what meeting is this? I'll see you later on about that, adventurer. This time there's a different requirement. Sequence number 1, Reinhardt Rickman. He started talking when he took a sip of the water in the glass at hand. First of all, the first, but I hear a dragon's heart has appeared in Greyberg. The heart of the dragon. The words were uttered, while the eyes of all changed. Even Reed, who seemed unwilling, is niggling like he showed an interest in the story. But I guess not for Sierra. Sierra, who is a lousy liar, drops her gaze on the table and hides her facial expressions as enlightened. Sierra, what's wrong? And Hilda, what, does it hurt even in my stomach? And Reed's voice becomes a tear without leaving it empty. Reed, stop kidding. Hearing of the dragon's heart, Sierra immediately thought of the face of the political sect. As a White King Knight, you should talk, but as a friend, you were haunted by the grip of your heart. No, it's nothing. Keep going, this is where it's important. Forward, Reinhardt gets to the point. Greyberg summoned the brave. Ha ha ha. Those guys finally did it. Reed grinned with a belly at the story, but everyone had a stunned look on this. Do something stupid. Daniel holds his head. It's due to definite sources, no doubt about it. First, I mean, they showed up in Greyberg knowing that. Reed asked pleasantly and willingly. That's probably what it is. The dead are already out. The Wizard of the Woods, Albert Morrow. Speaking of forest wizards, was that wizard who used to wield the magic that dominated the earth in the war against the Old Empire, threatening the most enemy forces? I'm talking about Eyebrow Spit, but I only know the name. Edward told me to analyze it. Apparently Albert has an anecdote. Oh, I hear the funeral's been held. When it comes to the heart of a dragon, it reminds me of one thing in the Kingdom of Toil and... well, I can almost see the story. That's not the end of it. Reed had an evil grin. You didn't even fight that Albert Morrow. Hilda was alone, taking heavily the fact that the forest wizard had been defeated. What the hell is a brave summons? It was Sierra who asked that question there. What, Sierra, You don't even know that. Excuse me, but I can't. It's a story. It's magic used by the outside world. What? Is it weird if I call someone else on the outside? No, that's not. Would you mind not pointing an intimidating attitude at Sierra? Hilda said. You're not intimidating me. Reed misled the frustration with his tongue. But soon the laughter returns. I'll tell you what to do. A brave summons is a form of summoning magic, so to speak. Reed then explains to Sierra so that he can cross the valve of reflection. I see. Is it subpoena magic? But it's nothing like subpoena magic as you know it. When I say that's forbidden in the first place. Hey, the ability is simple but powerful magic. Summon a brave man from another realm. You know what brave men are, don't you? Are you referring to the brave men who appear in fairy tales? You're wrong, but you're not right. That is the generic name of the caller. According to the Times, it was also called a hero summons. I mean, you're a hero or a brave man, and you don't know what's coming out. They said some of the things called in the past didn't understand the language, but now we have a target to subpoena. Something sensible and verbal. Most of them are basic, human beings. Well, what do you do with the call? Well, a man to whom an early story has been summoned has a protection called grace. I don't know the details either, but was the initial value of the status unusually high, low level but advanced magic available, and then excellent occupation and intrinsic skills? Reed himself, his understanding of the brave summons was vague, but there was no objection to the explanation. I understand. But why is that forbidden? Sounds like a very good magic to me. Because it sacrifices people. It was Reinhardt who answered that. Sacrifice. This magic requires a tremendous amount of magic at once. I mean, it's a nucleus in humans. But if it's the nucleus of magic, doesn't it have to be human? Reed spoke, but there were cases in the past where he summoned the beast. It seems there was a beast man in the sacrifice then. They said that there was no reason for the called beast, that the words did not make sense, that they would just be attacked by those around them. Based on what happened, we started using only humans for sacrifice. Sierra was upset by the matter as she understood. But that's not where this magic is scary. No, are you afraid of people? Reed, you don't have to talk about it anymore. This should have passed on. Don't understand exactly what's going on with the White King Knight. Reinhardt looks sharply at Reed as he tries to keep talking. Reinhardt, I'm fine. Reed, tell me. Oh, I'll talk to you. Reed gave Reinhardt a smile to show off. You can't just offer sacrifices. This is magic, not faith. As I said earlier, what we need is a nucleus of magic, that is, a vast amount of magic. But nuclear is usually a big deal. He's manipulating the magic supply while placing limits on the host's body so it doesn't break. But in a restricted state, you don't get a lot of magic. Then the brave summon cannot be exercised. I mean, you think we need to remove the restrictions? That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Outside roads. Sierra was thinking about the meaning of the words Reed had spoken earlier. Despair and fear. At that moment, Sierra opened her eyes to surprise. What do you think is the quickest way to inflict despair and fear on humans? At that time, Sierra understood why Reed said it was an outside road. Torture. It terrorizes me with pain and pushes me until I become an abolitionist. I wouldn't kill you by mistake. If you kill him, the nucleus will die. And when the spirit breaks and becomes obsolete, the restrictions fall out of the human nucleus. Then the human body emits light and a huge amount of magic is released. And magic activates. This is the brave summons. How many sacrifices? I don't know exactly, either hundreds or 1,000. Some talk of people disappearing from the country when a valiant summons has been exercised in the past. Is that right? Sierra didn't try to ask anything more. Reinhardt then raised a report that the body of Nutkalane that he had recently recovered had been stolen by someone. It was a serious problem, and the White King Knights were each haunting their heads, but nothing was heard in Sierra's ears. At the end of the meeting, Hilda spoke to Sierra, but Sierra only replied quietly, "It's okay," leaving the royal castle as it was. When the sun began to set, the political ministers were preparing for barbecue in the garden with Sierra's parents. To thank you on a daily basis and to behave, the meat of Yao Arstein obtained in the reward of the request. It's been a long time since I've had a barbecue. When Sierra and Hilda were little, they did a great job. In memory, Brown was carrying firewood to the garden with his maids and servants. We have a lot of meat, so eat it with us today. We'll all be happy about that, but is that enough? There are 15 maids, right? Probably fine. First of all, this is what you asked for. That being said, the political ministry took the Yao Arstein obtained at the request from the material bag that To had and placed it on the table. And this is what I just bought. Next, another Yao Arstein and Wallstein meat was removed from the different space storage and placed on the table. It's greasy when it's just Yao Arstein, and there's Wallstein, so let's bake them both. So you were out earlier. To was convinced of the reason why the political ministry was out on its own earlier. This is the meat that the Zhengzong used divine speed and bought and fished for as long as they could be sold from meat stores all over town. Guys, you can eat a lot of meat today. Excited by the pile of meat, Brown ran into the house to inform his wife and servants. By the time the political sects had finished preparing for a street, they could see Sierra and Hilda, who had finished the meeting, on a dark garden rail illuminated by pole-shaped lighting. To and Num rushed over, and then I couldn't hear what they were talking about, but the political ministry let the sight relieve me and accidentally spilled a laugh. Guys, I was just eating meat. You'll get tired of all the meat, too, and it's gratifying that the chef brought vegetables, soups, etc. Fine, but Yao Arstein's meat was greasy, and I was just drinking the liquor Mr. Roberts gave me with Wallstein in my pinch. I took one barrel of old Gert out of different space storage and behaved. It seems that Mr. Brown and Maria, as well as the chef, knew about this wine, and when they saw the letter Old Gert on the side of the bottle and the bearded old man's logo, they were stunned as if they had seen it even in illusion with their mouths pounding open. The chef was delighted with the emotional cry. I'm so glad everyone was happy. It seemed like a barbecue. But I was concerned that it was on the other hand. That's the look on Sierra's face when she came home from work earlier. The smile was a little uncomfortable. Mr. Sierra was sitting on a balcony staircase a little further away, alone with wine in one hand. Hey, Masamoon. Sierra, will you be all right? Master, Sierra's not well. Oh, I know. Apparently, they were both thinking the same thing about me. I don't know what happened. You know anyway. Mr. Hilda won't even try to talk to you if you look him in the eye. The point would be to ask it yourself. Mr. Sierra, can I sit next to you? Lord Masamoon. Of course. Go ahead. I sat next to Mr. Sierra. To and Num look worried about the situation, or it seems like this kind of thing is better between women. Sorry to bother you. No, not at all. Could something have happened? That's what I asked, but Mr. Sierra remained silent for a while. Honestly, I'm not used to these things and I don't have any experience. I had to wait until Mr. Sierra started talking. Did Lord Masamoon know what a brave summons is? It was surprising. I know you do. I know, nothing, I'm the one who came from it. Does that also mean you know why it's a ban? Speaking of which, I feel like Aras was saying that. But it's the first time that it's forbidden. Magic that cannot be exercised without sacrificing a person's life. Was it? I quoted Aras's words. Yes. I learned today of the brave summons and the consequent sacrifice. Sacrifice? That's my first tier too. I didn't know. No way, until I tortured people. Hey, wait a minute. What is torture? So I finally realized. I still don't know the root of the brave summons, and, apparently, Mr. Sierra knows it. Is that what you mean? What Mr. Sierra told me was something I could imagine. I didn't want to know. But I also thought it was a mission for the White King Knights to face the truth that would normally make them want to lay their eyes down. For Mr. Sierra, that must have been a very shocking thing. But I could have imagined. Not many parties. But I was listening somewhere else like HR. I got scared. The magic. I'm traumatized as it is. But I don't know what to do. As always, the two of you who are looking at each other are not going to tell me, and Mr. Hilda is not going to look at you. I can only answer in my own words when I think about it. Do I have to be honest? But maybe that's what magic is all about. Every world has the means to hurt people, and I guess that's sword and magic in this world. Yes, right. But I don't want to admit it. Answering that, Mr. Sierra looked surprised. Cause don't you hate it? I want magic to always be magic. I want fantasy to be the magic that can make people dream. A world without magic. For me to know that this world is a dream and a magic itself. Me too. Neither do I. I want to think that magic isn't meant to hurt people. But it's not like I've never turned my magic on anyone. So, isn't that good? If that's what Mr. Sierra thinks, that's fine. I don't know. Some people wish they were bad people, that's all. It's not limited to magic. But if Nevertheless, Mr. Sierra says it's hard. This is how I listen to you. Lord Masamoon. And then Mr. Hilda. Stay by my side and listen to Mr. Sierra, like right now, until Mr. Sierra's troubles are resolved. There's been a lot of things since I've been in different worlds, but I realize I've got the most important thing. That's immunity to women. I didn't think the hectic day would come when I could tell a woman this. This could also be called growth, and it was when I was thinking about that. Oh, Mr. Sierra? Mr. Sierra suddenly embraced me. I find myself in a hurry to figure out what to do and if there is a way to open up this situation, but for a while I just had to stay still. While I can't get physical, I can tell that something soft is hitting my body somehow. Please call me Sierra. Then suddenly you say that, Mr. Sierra. Yes, that. You don't even need a salutation. It's been uncomfortable for a long time, and we're friends, so let's not. But, Mr. Sierra, at that moment, I became more powerful in embracing. Looks like they're already strangled. Okay. That, Sierra. It was when I pushed the embarrassment to death and said it all that way with a tame mouth and a call out. There, I saw Nim running sideways with a quick foothold as he came. Hey, Nim. Nim jumped to my chest with momentum. I noticed Mr. Sierra rushing away from me. Sierra. What are you doing to your husband? When you hug me, you give Sierra a sharp cat eye. Nim. Yes. No, there. It's against the rules. It's against the rules. Sierra is too sticky for your husband. Stick with me, etc. But I was holding him. Nim was watching. To was watching too. To rushed the two, but smiled relieved to see the two questions. I felt relieved by the look on his face. Nim, Sierra just wanted to feel safe. I didn't hold him in a weird way. Really? After misleading the call and pursuit to Tamath, Sierra explained to both of them about the brave summons. That's what. To, who heard the story, had a sunken look. Apparently To didn't know about the brave summons either. Nim doesn't know magic. But I know we're all not nice to Nim. That's why Nim is here with your husband. By everyone Nim would mean someone else in the world. Nim knows that there are people in this world who can look fine and hurt others. I stroked Nim's head sogging on my lap. Why did you summon a brave man in the first place? In time, I think it will be public, but the truth is, it seems that Greyberg has summoned the brave. Speaking of which, I did. He slipped his mouth, but it was too late. When he realized. To and Sierra turned to me at once. Nim is huge on his knees. Masamoon. What the hell does if you say so mean? Of course, this is not like talking perky. But I wasn't hiding anything either. You've told me before I met these guys called Dragonheart, right? That's what they said when they broke up. It seems Greyberg has summoned a brave man, so he's going to investigate. Excuse me, Masamoon. So suddenly I'm a little surprised. When was that? It was definitely before I met Sierra. Remember that? Sierra, you doubted me back then, didn't you? Say you feel a grudge or something. Come on, because Sierra's gonna take my hunting wolf, and I'm gonna. Masamoon. As if to blame, Sierra called my name in a low voice. What the hell? Is that all you're hiding? When I realize it, To also waits for my words like intrigue. Nim is adorable. If you say there is. Is that something to do with this one? Well, I also feel like it has something to do with being asked. You mean silent pressure, or two blind eyes? But I feel like I've come to a point where I can no longer delude myself. Sierra isn't stupid, either, and you'll be aware of it somehow. At least the upset should have been hidden. I mean, I'm the brave one. As I clouded my words, right after I said that out, it was like two synchronized. Hey? I heard a dumb voice. That's why I'm one of the brave men summoned in the brave summons. You already realize that, don't you? I don't know why, it's somehow not what Sierra's reaction was expecting. I am aware that I have had a lot of trouble before. So was the upset earlier. Disturbed expression gives the other person an answer. That wouldn't have happened if my spirit had leveled up. I see. There must be a lot you don't know by reason. It seems Sierra never imagined I was a brave man. But for that, the reaction between the two of us is light. Well, I'd like to solve the misunderstanding first because it's going to be passed on someday, but I did get summoned from another world by a valiant summons. But I'm not a brave man. Oh, Masamoon is from a different world? Yeah, that's kind of magic in the first place, isn't it? I'm not trying to tell you I'm not a brave man. What do you mean? It's hard to say. They dumped me because he's a healer. I talked about when the three of us summoned me. To looked subtle, but I don't think it feels sad. But I'm glad I did, because I met everyone. Is it good that your husband met him? Oh, I think it was good. Me too. But Nim's smile will cheer everyone up. Nim is happy too. Nim was happily bluffing his legs on his knees. I think it was better than anything to see everyone, because even when I was there, I remained incompetent. But isn't that a little strange? Weird. Yes. Masamune has now described himself as one of the brave. That means there are other brave men summoned. That's what I'm talking about. So you're saying that the other brave men are stronger than Masamune? Oh, you mean that. Speaking of which, Sierra and Nim still don't know my status. I showed the two of them my status. Become. What is this? The level is 3 digits. Sierra had lost her word. Your husband's level is 697, and because Nim's level is 10, 687 is different too. Nim was innocent. It should make sense for Reed to lose. But if this isn't something special, it means that brave men other than me are stronger than me, stronger than Masamune. That can't be right. Toe didn't seem to doubt my powers for any reason. It can't be that I'm the only one strong in the first place. They say the brave man has a favor to offer. I don't know about my favors, but the princess says I don't have any favors. But each of the others will be benefiting, and I can think of as many possibilities stronger than me. I did think I was the strongest, but that was in the dungeon, and I was about to lose my sanity back then, and it was the highest since I got out of the dungeon. That's why I want the three of you to know. I don't know why I wanted to call you a fake name. We haven't talked about Saab or his relationship with them. I just said, I don't want them to know I'm alive. That's all I said. Although the three of them showed a certain understanding, now that the name political sect had become entrenched, it seemed a little confusing that it was also difficult to call Naito. The barbecue is over. Late at night. I was on my own balcony upstairs, thinking about what I said to Sierra. I said I wanted magic to be a dream, but I've killed people and monsters, and dreams don't make me optimistic with words. But I wasn't worried about it. When did you get into the room? Mr. Hilda shows up there. I knew I was right to leave you to Masamune. As he entered the balcony, he put his arms together and elbowed to the trunk. I said I left it to you. Were you watching? When Sierra was hugging you? Of course I was watching, my father and my mother. You don't have to worry about it. Because we were both delighted that Sierra finally had a believable friend. I was right to ask you to keep asking for Sierra. That's all I told him, and Mr. Hilda stopped his leg in front of him entering the room, even as he left the fence to follow the balcony. And remember what I said before. Mr. Hilda disappeared from the room to the hallway. He's an unusual person. There was a reaction to the demonic prop, the Ring of the Dragon Crystal. Suddenly I heard the usual announcement. The display appears in front of you. A ring of dragon crystals. I remembered it from by the side. I questioned. This was given to Siag then. I took the ring out of storage and put it on my finger. Is this it? Apostrophe. Yeah, you got it? Maybe. Can you hear me? Naito. I can hear people but it's hard to hear them. Plus the noise is mixed with chatter, and I can hear 3 voices, but gradually stabilizing. I found out that was his voice. Naito, can you hear me? It's Zeke. Oh, I hear you. You tried to kill me. You're Zeke, right? You can't forget. Speaking of which, you geese raided Greyberg. The Boulder is a terrorist organization. I always thought I'd go light to because I said it was an investigation. Apostrophe. Naito, I need to make sure first. Where are you now? But Razorson, I answered unfathomably. Well, has it arrived that far already? Siag, we don't have time for this. A pressing woman's voice was heard in the back of the readings. I'm sorry. I'd like to take the time to explain if I can, but I don't have the time. But apparently you know what we're doing in Greyberg right now, and I'd like to speak to you directly, if I may. Well, you guys look like celebrities. So, what do you mean, go straight in? Remember when I invited you to the organization? Oh, you want me to go into something called the Heart of a Dragon, don't you? It helps me remember. How about after that? You ready to go in? That's subtle. Subtle? It's surprisingly close to what I was secretly thinking and what you guys are trying to do right now. Apostrophe. Is there anything, even resentment for Greyberg? That's the place. Come to think of it, it's not all bad because I worked with you guys. There are parts that seem to be. Apostrophe. I was relieved to hear that. Well, then, don't be shy, Naito, but can you help us? Help me? When entering Greyberg, I fought Albert Morrow, the forest wizard. Albert, the old man who was in the hall with the arrows. I know that delightful old man. When I answered that, I heard a laugh of cuss from beyond the reading. Apparently Naito has a reason to be here, too. Alfred, you're telling me we don't have time for this? Apparently the laughter now belongs to Alfred. If you know, I'm quick to talk to you. I actually have a little problem. Albert was a wise man who made a name for himself on the continent back then. Soon he lived in hiding in Greyburg, but it was Albert who was responsible for the backbone of the brave summons. So what's the problem? I need to rest my body for a while. I see. So you're telling me to take your place. There's still Aras and Johannes in the castle. They're both quite hand-worked. You'll also be dealing with an even more direct unit. Eliza and Alfred alone have heavy loads, whether or not they have magic until then. Is that also why we decided this time? If it was meant to be, you should put it back out. When this happened to me, but this time it's a brave summons, I can't postpone it. If we don't strike our hands immediately, we will go to war. If you're gonna do it, now's the only time. You kill the summoned ones too? I do not know about the scale of the summons, but there is no sin on those in the other world. The only people to kill are those who made the summons and those involved. But everyone in the castle will be killed. If you're going to kill me, it's the only time. I thought so, too. I don't know the difference in power from the subs, but only kingdom officials will kill him this time. I thought after I got enough power to be a little more certain, but now I have a crooked companion. This is a great opportunity. Okay. I'll only help you this time. But I haven't decided to be one of you yet. I know that. And Johannes and Aras, let me kill you. I know you. Okay, I originally meant to. Alice Greyburg is a user of metastatic magic. He is a well-known assassin in the Back Society and is known by the alias Witch of the Neck. That's why you made me fly. Assuming he's an assassin at the princess's mercy, and even an alias. His father, King Johannes Greyburg, holds the title of S-rank adventurer. He was a magical user of earthly attributes. You're a king but an adventurer, and the more you ask, the more frigid you are. So, where are we gonna rendezvous? It'll take at least a few days from here to Greyburg. Transfer magic moves you hear. I see. Did you have that hand? But how are we gonna do that? I can't use metastatic magic. Hey. He's still crazy. Put the ring of the dragon crystal on your left middle finger and put it up in front of your heart. All you have to do is say adaptive metastasis, transcode. The timing of the chant signals over here. Totally handy tool. It could be more luxurious than Sierra expected. Then wait a little while until I signal. So for once, I ran out of reading. I'll go back inside the room and close the balcony door. What do you mean now? The blood caught my attention. Looking back, To stood in the room. Who are you talking to? He said he was going to Greyburg. To talked to me. It's the heart of a dragon. Yes. To turned away from me. A painful silence flowed through the room for a while. You're going. To. I'll be right back. Do I have to go? To's tone only slightly strengthened. It's been decided for a long time. I was going to go to that country someday. I don't get it. But I know Masamune is trying to do something bad. That's right. I'm thinking about things that aren't good. Then, I still have to go. Otherwise, we can't move forward. I can turn back now. But that's just trying to escape on the grounds of weakness. I'm trying to get away from something I don't want to see. Yes, I'm afraid to go to that place. There is a sub in that country. My memory in the previous world is stained with a lot. Especially that hall. I'm afraid to go back in all ways. But if you stay here, you won't be denied. If you're with To, Sierra, or Nam, you won't be scorned for incompetence. But that country isn't. That hall is a fear to me. There is a stain of malice over there on those who denied my existence. That's the only reason I thought it was now. If I were to kill you. Fear becomes traumatic. When left alone, you will continue to be bound by the pain of the past even in this world. What the hell can we do now? Cowards who can't even get revenge. I can't help but say that to To. But I didn't know what to say to To. It's me. I've always been alone at home. Then To suddenly started talking in a calm atmosphere. I missed you, and I was bored. That's why I used to sneak into the treasure trove and play with Grap. I didn't quite understand. What are you talking about? I found a mirror one day. It was a big mirror. Except it was a normal mirror, but I missed it somewhere. And I touched it. Then I saw a man in a mirror that was only me. A man? The man was alone, walking alone in the dark. Sometimes, the view in the mirror was disturbed and the person was invisible, but every time the view returned, the person was hurt and bleeding. Still, he just kept moving forward. I don't know who anywhere, and I don't know what To's talking about, but To's expression had some emotion. I've been drinking and sleeping drunk a few times, but I thought I was amazing. Because there was nothing around in the dark, and yet I was calm, and I didn't try to stop you from moving on. You know, I really laughed. To laughed as if she remembered something. Alcohol. That's where I remembered. Speaking of which, when I was in the dungeon, I was sleeping drunk too. At that time, I still had no idea how to wake up drunk with healing magic. Besides, he was strong. I quickly defeated a giant knight much bigger than my back length. And when I saw it, I thought, how can this guy work so hard when he's alone? Just give me a minute. To, what's the story? Yes, I was watching Masamune. I've been watching until it stopped in the mirror. I was in the woods when I realized bandits caught me. Then Masamune showed up in front of me. What? What mirror? This, then, is like. I thought it was fate. I didn't think this was a coincidence. I'm sure there's a reason to what Masamune and I have met. Why? So, fate or something. I can't believe it's beautiful. I thought of that. To now looks like someone else. Destiny. Maybe so. If it's To, that's fine. But then you know what I mean, right? If you've been looking at me the whole time. If you stare back at me, To. It's not every once in a while that I survived the darkness of just wondering. It's no whim you didn't give up. It's all to kill them. To destroy those who scorned, mocked, betrayed, and that princess and that country. That's what I swore. I kept thinking strongly. So I'm still alive. Speaking, I was feeling a fear that I didn't know who I was. That time. Look at me. I won't forget that woman's face. I just looked down at me being miserably shipped. I'll never forget their faces. To. Do you despise me? I won't. I believe in Masamune. Masamune believes in anyone. I was afraid To would let me go. I was afraid Sierra, Num, and everyone would let me go. We finally met. To everyone who would accept me. To everyone who would sincerely like to believe me. Naito, I'm ready. Anytime. Transfer me. Apostrophe. I heard a message from Siag. Okay, you're going. Bad. Don't apologize. Because I know. I'm sure Sierra and Num will understand. I'll borrow this robe. That's the latent robe To wore when she met him. Now I can hide who I am. Yeah. Well, I'll be there. I wrapped my robe around it and I saw To's face again. Referral metastasis. Transcode. A magic formation unfolds at your feet and your vision is wrapped in light. Masamune. When To tried to say something, I couldn't see the view of the room and what To looked like, and I transferred. As if descending downstairs in an elevator, the white scenery surrounding the perimeter flows and rises. In such a world, come back, To whispered. Oh no. I felt that. At the end of the metastasis, it was a small room where only the moonlight could be relied upon to plug in through the window. In front of me was Alfred, the redhead, and the blonde beauty, Eliza, and Siag, who, as always, had long dark hair down. Where? Here? Town near Greyburg. It was Siag who answered that. Apparently this is a town called Myra. Isn't that Greyburg? After Albert's death, the guards were increased. Due to the heightened security of the patrolling guards, lurking in the castle town made it extremely difficult. I see you're not doing very well. If this is a small country-level country, we should have been on our way to our next destination by now. Alfred replied with a serious look. But not even Greyburg. I mean, is Greyburg a big country? Oh, this country also has a large number of guards. We have to break through security at the station to cross the border. Besides, we need to cross the barrier to get into the castle town. Further inside the fence was protected by Albert's sensing junction, including castle town. So does the royal castle. But now I'm outside that fence. You mean you're back in the shake, right? I'm not worried about that. Siag said. Then Eliza answered that, if you mark it when you break in, all you have to do is fly there with the transfer. Albert's sensing isn't working, and he's free to go in now. Then we break into the royal castle. Boulder, you're handy. Then let's get on with it. Before that, Naito. This is a confirmation, but can you kill Alice or Johannes? That's what you called it, isn't it? Greyburg is strong, especially as Alice talked about. So much so that she was treasured as an amazing killer in that muscle. You can sneak up on your opponent's neck without sound and kill him. That, I mean, is Aras or Johannes a knock-up? Isn't he royal? No, she was a princess but an assassin. Only some know that. It's hard to grasp the story. Fair enough. Or one other thing, Do you know this country is at war with the demons? We were summoned to this world in the first place to fight the demon tribe. I know, but what's wrong with that? Greyberg is strong enough to be at war with the demons, that is. The demons have equally strong magic, and if it is also a war, they will be opponents in large numbers. Still, this country hasn't even been able to win, but it has. I hear that many soldiers were lost in the war and some of them were former S-ranked adventurers, such as Silent Zari and Laura the Spike Sword. You'd have heard of it if it was just your name, too. It's a famous story. Who is it? But there are still enough of them in this country to be comparable. We have to deal with them from now on. You mean it's hard to deal with Alice or Johannes after that? First of all, there is no magic. Probably the two are the strongest in the country right now. We're gonna kill the rest of them. I mean, the two opponents are inevitably left to me. You mean after you handle the infantry, you're not even the one who can handle it with your strength, right? That's the thing. That's why I called you. If you hit one, take it and stand, but a lot of people don't share well with the other. I see what you're trying to say. It's okay. I'll take care of Ares and Johannes. And I said, if you're going to take a ride, you're going to stand. I was wondering how hands-on those people who summoned us were, but even on a siege level, it's possible to kill. I'd definitely win. But that's not what I'm after. Sierra quietly walked over to Toe, who was alone in the political room. There is also a look of Nim next door with an anxious look on his face. By chance, I overheard the conversation between the political sect and Toe outside the room. You're pathetic. I told you I believe you. I wept thinly, and Toe said so. Toe, does your husband do things he shouldn't? You're not coming home anymore? I felt that way about Nim. It's okay, Masamoon will definitely be back. But if Nim looks like that, then he'll make Masamoon care. Now it's Nim's turn to help Masamoon. We have to help the wounded Masamoon, just like Masamoon helped us. Yes, it is. Nim leaned down, wiping his tears. Upon completion of the transfer over Myra's Inn, it was a quiet alley. This way, let's go. Encouraged by his Ike, the political sect continued after the three. He ran through the castle town in the middle of the night refreshingly and through downtown through the streets between the building and the building. Then a gate appears in front of me that unleashes an international genius. Here, a giant gate like a lattice, a fountain visible beyond it, and the large staircase, spacious and longer than necessary, and the royal castle you can see beyond. You can see enough lights on the property to tell from here. And the lighted royal castle is just a symbol of power. It's the royal castle of nostalgia. Did I say something? No, I don't think rich people do the same thing. Sieg looked with slight suspicion at the political sect smiling thinly in front of the royal castle. There are signs of madness leaking from my blood-running eyes, but Zeke was finding an answer there. We're going in. Oh, let's get this over with. So much so that I could see Ariel's laughing face against the backdrop of the royal castle. That the spirit of the political sect was not normal now. Leaping high and jumping across the gate, two guards show themselves as if they were ambushing. One had a spear, the other had a sword and a shield. As I knew from listening to you, assassination is impossible first. It looks like the only way to break through is by force. Well, that's why you called me. At that point when I killed Albert, not with an assassination, but with a single hit, the possibility of assassination was endless. I guess Eliza and Alfred also begin to feel uncomfortable, not just Sieg, with the appearance of a political sect that gradually shows transgression. Oh, you guys? No way, Dragonheart. When the political ministry took out the magic prop anger of the Virgin from the different space storage, it immediately emitted more than one holy light, Saint Shine, at the same time without hesitation. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The sacred sphere released was captured into the bodies of both guards at the same time. Shortly afterwards, the guard bounced and flew so that his upper and lower body could be torn apart. The Kevin Wahlberg, LV, 16, Crusade activated the unique skill Guardian of the Goddess. Choose your loot. The Robert Wilson, LV, 17, Crusade activated the unique skill Guardian of the Goddess. Choose your loot. When a political sect does not look to a body that lies flawed, and chooses an unselected list from its status, it chooses skill Purification and Magic Swordsman's Defense. Proto-Mr. Naito, is that a demon prop? While uncomfortable with the political sect, which has no hesitation in murder, Alfred asked about the white wand held by the political sect. Oh, I found it in the dungeon. Apparently, We can use intermediate magic, but what's wrong? He said it was a dungeon? No, I just thought you had something rare. Rare, right, was this a rare thing? Let's get ahead of it. The three followed the political sect with a bitter laugh. In the fountain square under the big stairs, there were two men. This one has a sword together, as if they knew the four of them were coming. But he was dressed differently than the others, not in armor, but in a blue coat with a clear sense of style, closer to military than knights. Simple outfit for not wearing armor. Bernardo, were pinching from left to right. Okay, I'll take the left. At that moment, a man on the left was slashed from the front to the siege. I'll take care of him. The political sect activated divine speed, passing next to the man approached the other man and instantly snapped his neck with a broadsword removed from different space storage. The reaction was aside, the man hadn't even noticed he had been slashed. The Bernardo Ottoman, LV, 38, Crusade activated the unique skill Guardian of the Goddess. Choose your loot. When the political section opened the unselected list, it chose the Magic Blast Fist, Blanche. I choose it for one hassle, as if the choice of loot is secondary. Bernardo. He stopped and looked back on the spot, and the man shouted to his necklace friend, who collapsed from both knees, "You can afford to look around." Shit. To the man who was distracted by the death of his companion, Zeke swung through the machete and his neck flew as well. At a time when his cosmic neck fell to the ground, Zeke delivers a machete to his sheath. "You're still a long knife for nothing." Are these guys really stronger than that? I've been watching him. You're probably not used to losing your people. Greyburg is a relatively peaceful country without a civil war, if not a war with the demons. I wonder why such a country is at war with the demons. It's Johannes, Siak said. Then Alfred explains to his questionable political ministry. Johannes is losing his first wife to illness, and his second welcomed wife was assassinated. Then, Johannes started to break. I told the knights and the magicians to be proud to die for themselves, and waged war on the demons. Did the anger that killed my wife turn to the demons? It's annoying to hear from the demons. I don't know. The mind of the mentally ill is complicated, no one else understands. The political sect proceeded to the grand staircase while leaving a badly toothed look. Once the staircase was broken and plugged into a square located in the middle of the area, an uncountable crowd of guards appeared from the corridor visible to the left and right of the staircase. The one behind him continued to show himself to the previous one, and when the four noted, he was surrounded and pinched. A few seconds of silence. A group of guards on the left, the man at the head of it opened his mouth. Dragon's heart. You guys are completely besieged by us. There's nowhere to run anymore. Immediately after the warning, when you notice something, you lose the word, and the man goes blind. When I saw you in town, I thought. The man's expression was filled with sadness. Again, was it Master Alfred? I'm so sorry. I didn't know you and the prince had to discuss it here. The prince? The political ministry doubted his ears. After some sad look, Eliza spoke. Alfred Greyburg. That's Alfred's name. Well, Alfred. Yes, he is a former prince of this country. Johannes is the father, and Aras is the sister. Alfred was born with Johannes' second wife, Eliza. Don't talk too much. It's a past you've thrown away. With that said, Alfred stepped forward with the three of them. Too bad it's you guys. I remember your face. I didn't know you were still in this country. They're out of the way. Plenty is not what started just now. There must have been a time to be aware of as much as possible. I mean, you geese meditated on his business for your own protection, right? You who have abandoned your country do not deserve to condemn us. We have chosen a path to live on. Wish me peace, which I shall visit one day. For my friends who have scattered to the battlefield. Is that patriotism? No, you're not. Peace is not just a wish to visit. You guys are just walking down the dog road. Peace will not come to this country, even if Johannes or Aras die. The next ones just show up again. You general soldiers don't know, so I'm telling you, this Greyburg thing is rotten to its roots. I only think about myself and think that I can do anything to others to make sweet juice. Bug spit runs. I think there's the same blood in me as them. So we have a family. I have a family. You can't run away from this country. I can. I got stuck in jail and wasn't even given a meal for a month. Still, they lived because they ate rats passing by their feet occasionally. But the belly is still not filled. On the contrary, I get extra hungry because I put it in half. But if you don't eat, you die. Alfred looked at the castle as if it were a miracle. I even finally got up. but I unlocked it with rat bones and got out of the house, left the country, and continued walking in the Hirano, wandering through the woods. But it was better than a dungeon, because I have something to eat. Hey, it's better than grass or nothing. But I don't know what else to do, because I didn't have time to prepare. I just kept walking, without a sword, through the woods ruled by darkness. But you guys should have been different. You should have been ready. There was time. It's just you guys didn't do it. Each of them was aware of the 9 archers aiming to shoot 4 through the top of the great staircase. Politburo whispers to Eliza, "I'll do the guys up there." Siak was informed by eye contact. But the surrounding guards are also aware of the disturbing movement, and nervousness runs into the squad. "It's not like you and us." Interpretation: you are a brave man. And living like this is a testament to that. Like I said, we're just general soldiers. If you encounter a monster outside, you will join forces and fight in large numbers. Even if that's the monolithic monster. It's not like you to be able to deal with more than one person by yourself. Isn't that still the case now? All you think about is buying time even if you're surrounded like this. It's not. Everything is fundamentally different. Alfred shifted his gaze from the royal castle and saw the man. I'm not a prince now. I don't know what you want from me, but that's the reality. From the day I realized the stench of this country, until now, you guys haven't tried to change anything. The result, and the reality there, is now. Alfred stared with ruthless eyes. "Eliza, can you magically build a wall around you?" Thereupon the political sect hears. "If it's a water attribute barrier, I can get it out." "Enough. If you signal, I'll kill the guys up there, and then you can roll them out around." "That's enough time to buy. I'll have you guys dead." "I'm not a prince. I have no obligation to save you." It was when Alfred let go of his killing temper. Now, the voice of the political sect echoed the great staircase. At that moment, the figure of the political ministry disappeared and Eliza turned to her surroundings. The wall of water flow. It formed a huge water barrier. The 3, including Siege and Alfred, are protected by water barriers, and neither the gathered guards nor the archers at the top of the stairs can reach them. Meanwhile, the political sect that activated divine speed had left the scene just before Eliza deployed the fence and was running up the stairs all at once. Reaching the top, 9 archers have not even noticed the existence of a political sect in front of them. The political sect set up a broadsword and instantly snapped his neck from right to right. The decapitated neck didn't realize the fact that he had left his torso, gently dancing through the universe, and speak out. They were already dead when they fell to the ground. In the head of the political sect, the announcement was stubbornly flowing. Announcers read up the names of each and every one of the dead, but for the political ministry it was just a name they didn't know. Running down the stairs shortly after the U-turn, the political ministry tried to spread its hands toward a group of left and right guards swarming outside the water barrier. The goddess's blood tears dies Bradley. A huge red and black magic formation appeared at the feet of the guards, consolidating in 2 places, capturing all the guards under the stairs. A translucent wall was built to match the edges of the magic formation, and it was like a red and black beaker. What is this? Mgra. The guards trapped in the beaker each tried to beat with a sword or unleash magic in an attempt to escape, but the magic vanished the moment it touched the wall, and the blade did not pass at all. From the crack that began to appear 2 places above, 8 large white fingers appeared to tear the space apart by the unusual. That's a goddess. When the 2 goddesses peek at their faces more than the ripped open fissures, their eyes are already filled with tears of blood. And he looked down at the guards directly beneath him who were captured by the beaker. The first one was a drop of blood tears. The goddess shed a small amount of tears, and then gradually its precipitation increased. Into the beaker, a lot of blood tears poured down. "Oh, that." Eliza lost her word to the goddess sweeping over the sky. Alfred begins to hear screams from beyond the water barrier. What's going on? And upset. Naito. Siak noticed the appearance of a political sect manipulating magic from the great staircase. I don't like it. Master Alfred. I don't want to die. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The tears of the goddess easily melted and penetrated the armor each could wear, melting the flesh of the guards. The guards' bodies grumble like ground meat in the pouring blood rain of obstinacy, and gradually the prototype disappears. By the time the beaker was filled with tears, it was no longer a person, It had turned into just a chunk floating in red liquid. The number of guards is more than double that of archers. Before those sights, the political ministry opened up to repeated announcements. I finally saw the two goddesses go back into the crack. At the same time that the crack is completely closed, the left and right magic formations are released and the beaker is extinguished. The blood tears that had been filled flooded simultaneously, and drooling blood and flesh pieces spread around. Just now, Eliza noticed the outside anomaly and removed the water barrier. I see a political sect on the side of the ascent stairs. Let's enter the royal castle. When the political sect told them so, the three of them were witnessing the tragedy around them. What is this? Large amounts of blood running down the stairs so that the red carpet is laid as well as the plain. Alfred was breathtaking, and Eliza lost her words. But only Siag looked a little different. Is this abyss magic? When Siag touched the blood flowing at his feet with his index finger, he muttered quietly, making sure of the smell. Abyss magic? But I have no idea about the political sect at all, and there is only a look of doubt there. No, we'll talk about that another time, rises Siag. But Alfred and Eliza were still relieved. Naito, kill all those who come into contact, Siag says as he ascends the stairs. I'm going to. Staring at Siag's back, the political ministry smiled niggardly. Aras, can't you find them yet? Johannes sits deeply on the throne. The hall was full of those involved in the summons of the brave, including Ariel. Some of them look like school teachers. I'm sorry. Good. I hear they're cunning. You can't leave a trace. You can't help it. Yes, but I don't see where the information came from. I was ready for a day like this one day. That was the same as Albert. I can't do anything about it right now, even if a secret detective is getting in. The threat of a dragon's heart never leaves. So the hall door opened, and I saw a hasty transmission. We would like to report you. The decree knelt down and lowered its head in front of the throne. In front of the main gate, I was contacted to confirm the heart of the dragon and the thoughtful. Are you still here? Did you confirm their identity? Yes, of course. Here it is, the decree says, retrieving a piece of paper. Read it out, Alice said, expressing her frustration. Two of us are men and one is a woman. One of the others is hiding his face in a hood, and he's indistinguishable. Unplug the prefix and read out the qualities. I'm in a hurry. Also, I'm sorry. Because of their characteristics, women are definitely in Eliza with wet hair. Is it Eliza Crawford? Aras distorted his expression in confusion. I see the survival of that Crawford family is the heart of a dragon. Read out the next one soon. Also, the other one is called Siege of Dragon Strike. Really? So dragon represented that person. Fine. I've never even been able to grasp that reality, because I've been able to break the dragon's heart so far. With a sharp eye, Aras demanded that the decree read on. The hasty preaching turned his eyes again as he creaked the paper. Hi, it's very hard to say. That's not for you to decide. You just have to read it out. Now let me report to you. One of them is Mr. Alfred. The moment the decree uttered its name, Johannes rose from the throne. Stupid. But according to the testimony of the guards, there's no doubt that he's Alfred. Aras bit his lips and wrinkled between his brows. I see. Were you alive? As I told you earlier, one of the remaining people is hiding his face with a special hood, making it impossible to tell his identity. It's just that the guard said they called him Naito. Naito? Father, do you know that name? Probably from a playland that's ahead of us across the ocean, but I don't know. Really? So, what's the situation? It's Master Bernardo and Mike that they were responding in Fountain Square. But it means you two were already killed. Then we mobilize crusade troops to stop them on the big stairs. No way. Did you get into the castle? Sorry. That's what it says. Tension runs on the look on Aras's face. No way. Those two strong ones lost. A man who was in the hall spoke. You start hearing upset voices like impossible and such an idiot in your mouth. Bernard Ottoman and Mike Ofen were direct reports of Aras. After graduating from the school as chief, he belonged to the King's Sword Knights and was later promoted to Aras himself as an immediate knight of Aras. The two also threw themselves into the battle against the earlier Demon King army and survived safely. They were highly regarded for their accomplishments, and they called them Greyberg's two powers. Don't wander around. The whole quiets back to Aras's anger. Okay. I get it. Then call upon all that knights and all magicians. We intercept with all the force in this country. Then call the King's Sword Knight. I'll intercept you in front of the door. The order ran out of the hall. Dear Aras, So one teacher came forward. Aras looked down at the man who lay on one knee and drooped his head. You Philip Butler. I swear on my life, I will destroy the heart of the dragon. Dr. Butler. You can't. You're not the only one who can get fat. You can't face the students with this. Philip Butler is the man who has been summoned and entrusted with the duties of the brave men. After school, I gave up my night without strength and immediately turned to teacher. But it was an act contrary to my existential significance, and I became troubled. I also thought about retreating from the sword and magic path once. That's when we asked Ariel to propose the guidance of the brave. You could not use high-ranking sorcery. But they were very good at basic magic, so I thought they deserved it. Yes, as I said, I have raised students to this day. But, Butler stood up. I, too, think it may be time to fulfill my mission as a magician. It stinks of water, Butler, says a big man who grew a jaw beard there. Dr. Grow. Butler doubted his eyes. Dear Aras, let me go too. The man said that in a diagrammatically thick voice as he knelt. Until you can't let one junior go. But Aras didn't allow it until the end, but the two stayed behind the hall as they bowed their heads. Butler was staring at Aras's face from that gap as the door closed. But even in that sense, Ariel doesn't even notice the gaze. A group of knights and magicians appeared in the wrong place. A line when you come in and kneel on the spot. Well done. You've gathered. The knight of the king's sword must stop breaking into the hall outside the door. The rest will protect the king here. Magic master to the rear guard. Others to the avant-garde. For the words of Ariel, they were prepared together. Through the throne hall, the hallway continued there. Butler and Grow were walking down the hallway bickering to intercept the dragon's heart that he had broken into the castle. Since when? What is it? Butler questioned Grow's abrupt question. Since when do you like the princess? Butler grinned bitterly as he was starred. Since I was a student. Longer than I thought. Master Aras and I were classmates. On the first day of school, it was Ares Sama who was in the next seat. I see, love at first sight. Yes. Embarrassing story. You like things, or you're an unfortunate man. More than that, I didn't know you'd put your thoughts on a princess of a country. Why wouldn't you say that? Grow looked sideways at Butler's face. You can't say that. I was born into a normal family, just a civilian. Is it weird for a civilian to hang out with a princess? Well, that's crazy. Grow tears up the story with laughter. Butler gave a slightly offensive look and shut up. But if it's a similar story, I've heard it. I forgot my name, but the princess of that country seems to have married a civilian. When she was a little girl, the princess used to play with civilian children when she left the castle. The princess confessed to the civilian man when she grew up. That was an impossible story for Butler. You had an unusual princess. But that doesn't mean I can be. There are more princesses who are not overwhelmingly so, and rather that is normal. A princess is almost bound to some nobleman. Grow was listening to Butler in silence. I didn't say anything, but thank you. I feel a little easier thanks to Dr. Grow. If I could come home alive from this battle, I would tell Master Aras. Come on, come on. That's the line of a dying human being. If you want to go home alive, put up your sword first. Then trust yourself, we will win. It's got me on it more than anything. Don't worry. Straight away. But shortly afterwards, a grain of sweat ran down Grow's forehead. Apparently, you're here. Tension ran on Grow's expression. Reflectively Butler lays down his sword. I'll take care of the miscellaneous fish. I mean, isn't it just me from earlier? In front of him was the figure of the four. One of them wears a hood and hides his face. Hey Butler, he said, we're miscellaneous. Hey, they licked me. Butler to attribute to the sword. The blade lit a fire. I'll do it. It was the red-haired man, Alfred, who cut ahead there. Almost in the hall, Johannes is probably there. I want to get used to my shoulders here. Alfred made a golden sword appear on his left hand. It had not been delivered to the sheath, but appeared out of nowhere. Dr. Grow. This man. It's Master Alfred. You were right about the preamble. Alfred Sama 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 Alfred Sama. Alfred pointed the golden blade tip at the two of them. Dear Alfred, why are you with such people? Said Butler. At that moment, Alfred appeared at Grow's place. I'm tired of that question. Blood broke out. Grow was amputated diagonally from the flank of his left, and in an instant he was doomed. Butler couldn't react, and when he noted, a split clog between his upper and lower body was falling next to him, Butler takes a distance with his butt on and crawls across the floor in a frightened manner. Alfred was looking at its back with cold eyes. That's an unusual sword, and it's flashy for nothing. The man in the hood, the political ministry, speaks up. The sword of the brave. Only those who have brave men in their profession can summon and hold them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. At that time, he raised his ambition and Butler attacked Alfred. But Alfred plays Butler's sword with his spare face. Butler fell ill and laid his hands on the floor. I don't know if they just attribute us to each other. Why is something like you protecting this place? Fuck, 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 fuck. Things didn't carry the way they wanted, and Butler was feeling angry at himself. Hey, apparently this country hasn't been able to train more soldiers than it was when I was there. I didn't know you were entrusting security to someone like this. Butler began to wave his sword at the groans as if he hadn't heard Alfred's words or something. Alfred just turned his body around without taking it with his sword. For Master Arrows. For Master Arrows. No way, you're gonna die for that woman. For Master Arrows. For Master Arrows. No, no. Alfred's fist struck directly at Butler's right cheek, where he lost his sanity. Flew back in recoil, Butler clashing against the wall. That's not loyalty. There's another mix of emotions. Butler stood up slowly with his fluttering feet, even against the wall. Now I know why someone less capable like you is here. I'll tell you because you don't seem to notice. You, Alice, are fooling me. Butler glanced at Alfred with a raised eye of blood vessels. He's a ruthless woman. I would use it for anyone. And cunning. I'll tell you what I know. Ares is aware of you, right? Think normally. There's no way that smart woman wouldn't notice is the eyes of the men around her. I'm just playing a beginner maiden. He used you. Besides you, there will be as many similar guys as there are. He's got feelings and he's mistaken. Shut up. Yeah, with the anger, Butler plunges into anger letting. Alfred shrugged and slashed Butler's left arm off. Hey, hey, hey. Butler suppresses his left arm, screams and collapses. The name of the witch on the neck is not Dada. The same knife was always stabbed in the neck of the nobleman, fascinated and bewitched by that woman. By the time he graduated from school, he had already made assassination his business. Don't you think that's strange? I wonder why you need to do that while being a princess of one country. The sword of the brave, Excalibur, disappeared from Alfred's left hand. I've asked. I was wondering why you would do that and not play with your friends. Then he answered with a strange face. 'Cause it's more fun over here, and it's not easy. Holy shit. Butler suffers with a sad look while suppressing his slashed arm. But there was no mercy in Alfred's eyes. That's why you're here. I was just guided by his thoughts. Everyone who is distracted by a Greyberg, which will be, to Butler, who flutters but tries to get up. Alfred shakes his left hand. Make it easier for you to die. Explosion. At that moment, with a tremendous roar and a gust of wind, Butler's body exploded from the inside. A neck barely fastened. The prototype swept through the universe, but there was still a slight consciousness there. This sentiment was due to assumptions. Still, I have that guy's face on my head. I won't leave no matter how much I try to erase. I'm Ares. I'm Alice Greyberg. That day, I was just in love with that guy. It was love at first sight. My name is Philip Butler. She laughed gently. Yeah. That can't be right. That smile can't be a lie. Is Philip looking to be a teacher? They all made fun of me, because I chose a teacher, not a knight. But that guy wasn't. I'm here for you. Good luck, Philip. That guy was acknowledging me. He told me that teacher is a profession that nurtures the future. This emotion takes me to the graveyard. And I'll keep an eye on this one for the rest of my life. I don't care if she doesn't notice. As long as Master Ares is here, that's fine. Master Ares, please be safe. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you until the end. If I can be reborn, again, to you, again, to you. What? This shake. A sudden shake that struck the arrows. That was so reminiscent of the ground. This magic. You're Alfred. Was it bursting magic? Johannes asked Ares. That's right. Those who are brave can possess and manipulate righteousness over fire, wind, thunder, water, soil and all these attributes. Explosive magic is a synthetic magic that simultaneously activates all of this and is the inherent magic of the brave. Then the people outside will not live. From this direction, aren't those the teachers from earlier? Then Ares laughed small. Don't worry. Right. Johannes deflects his gaze from Ares, because there are as many of them as there are, like butler or grower's replacement. Arrows had raised his mouth angle with a nibble and a full grin. It fits on this road, doesn't it? Though I could have broken into the castle, I kept being walked down this hallway as if it had been going on everywhere. I have never seen a throne hall, and I get tired of it. I used to live here. You can't be wrong. Why are you so big? To boast of strength. It may also invite kings and nobles of all nations. It's just that they're gonna lick you in the castle. So, what about those 5? So the 3 legs stopped. In front of him were 5 figures wrapped in armor decorated with gold, behind which a huge door was visible. I don't care what you think, you're not a servant. Wang Sword Knights. He's the highest knight in this country, said Alfred. So, who's gonna do it? I'll go. Eliza, they're tough. Swords and magic are advanced. Then I'll do it. Sieg, you couldn't use magic, could you? I didn't say I couldn't use it, I just said I could rest my body. The use or powerful skills dramatically consumes health and drives you crazy at hand. Then you can't use powerful magic for a moment when the magic is unstable. Have you decided on an operation? So the big knight in the figure at the head called out. What is it, miss? Ignore it. You're gonna play with us, aren't you? Apparently, he was hearing a conversation. The knight looked at Eliza in an ugly way. Magnum. That's when one of the knights unleashed his magic untouched water flow. Eliza responding quickly. The chunk of water undone the opponent's magic but continued in a linear fashion without killing momentum and struck directly at another knight. Spit blood to cough up, and when more blood erupted from the hole called the hole, the knight fell. The captain and the man at the head of the thought have an invincible grin at how his fellow falls beside him. Is the boulder the heart of a dragon? You look cute and the quality of magic is different. Eliza, it doesn't matter how much magic you spend. I'll get back to you later. What? You even have a magic crystal? Alfred asks uncommonly. You're ready. Magic crystal? I'm telling you, I'm gonna magically heal you. Magic? No way, Naito. Can you restore magic with magic? Oh, so I don't care how much you spend from here. Never mind, use it. Besides, it stinks already, so why don't you blow every door in the back together? When he defeated Gordon at Tweak Ranch, he obtained the magic big spear of the curse javelin. This is a magic trick that gives the subject a state abnormality, a lack of magic. Those who develop this disease have reduced magic, and every time they try to use magic, they become severely painful and unable to activate magic. Blessed Place Pierre Benedict Javelin. The flip prank, pull, turned it into a state anomaly to the subject, a magic trick that gave him enough mana. This is a similarly ill treatment, but every time you continue to fill up magic and use magic, you continue to recover what you consume. Let's start with Alfred. Don't move. Become Naito. No, don't get too fast. He circled behind Alfred, who retreated after convulsing his expression, and stabbed him with a spear on his back. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alfred screams against his upper body, but I don't know what happened. He questioned as soon as possible, staring seriously at his palm. Then to Sieg and Eliza too. I stabbed both of them with a spear as well. Unlike Alfred, the two were adults, but after they were stabbed, they stared at their palms in the same way. The magic is healing. What? This magic. I was concerned about the meaning of the 3 satisfied looks, and I stabbed myself with the same spear. I see, this is what it feels like to be adequate. I do feel filled. Alright, let's do it together. You liked the play spear. Alfred was motivating one person. But when we unleash magic in the same place, it feels like it's going to explode. Well, if you tweak it, it'll be possible. Not. Isn't it dangerous? I don't want to be the underside of a building with this kind of joke. Sure, Sieg said. Naito's magic feels a little dangerous. If you're going to do it, you shouldn't add Naito. Besides, there's enough for the 3 of us here. There's room for magic. The goddess showed off on the big stairs. I feel like Sieg's been watching out for me ever since. Well, I'll take care of this place. So the 3 of them went forward. Eliza and Alfred caged their magic according to Siege, who orders them to match wavelengths. While the 3 of them were concentrating their magic, I was turning my back and opening up a different space storage with Kozo. This is to put the reversed prank, pull, on the magic prop hanger at the Virgin. Ever since I got it in the dungeon, I've been thinking about trying it on the magic prop sometime, but I totally forgot. Explosion. The rejection of the water spirit, rejected Undine. Thunder Emperor's wrath Laziel Indra. When they heard the 3 chants from behind and looked back, A dazzling light lit up their surroundings. Shortly after, a magical formation of different colors appeared at each foot. The three unleashed a magic of a tremendous scale at the same time. They mingled in the air, becoming one magic and attacking the night. Demon Bullet Artillery. Bottom Dumgra. The Virgin's Thunder, Sacred Thunder. Windblade Rift Wave. Solid Russ. The Rock of Turmoil. Meanwhile, the Wang Sword Knights unleashed their magic simultaneously, as if they had noticed. The magic of both sides clashed between each other and sounded distorted. The wind is terrible across the street. Enough to cover your face with your arms by accident. Whoa, 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 whoa. Furthermore, the backlight diffused and temporarily took away my sight. Soon after, it sounds like a blast, and blast enough to reach the end of the hallway. In the midst, when I thought I heard a scream that could not be known to anyone, the wind stopped and my vision cleared, and there were three people in front of me with a satisfying look on their face. You suck at completeness. Alfred is laughing. I got the demonic prop, the Great Wand of Vertigo. I'll add it to my gear. Apostrophe. It was when the main door and surrounding walls disappeared with the Wang Sword Knight, and he was about to turn his attention to what was going on in the hall. The inversion of the wrath of the Virgin was over, and the announcement flowed through my head. The wand, which was white, had turned into a great red and black wand, and the statue of the divine goddess, which was on the tip, had turned into a disastrous demon-like statue floating in the shape of a ghost. Naito, the doors open. Siag's voice, which informs him of the results, was more vibrant than earlier. Aras and Johannes, as per the operation, please, let's go later. Naito. Oh, my God, that's... What? Siag asked in a suddenly nervous voice. Looking back, there were three figures in front of me, hardened like a stunned look on my face. Naito. It's Eliza, confused by something, but then I finally realized it was this big red and black wand. Oh, my God. Are you talking about this? I don't know, because I've never used this before. What? Is this the master? I think I'm poor. That's when I heard voices coming from my right neighbor, who couldn't possibly be anybody. But there's no one to turn around. The wand is talking. Wand? Noisy as upset. Eliza. As I was told, I turned my attention to the scepter on my right. Oh, my God, this is the dumb side. Is this the master all right? The wand is talking. Hey, are you listening to me? My eyes are dotted. A statue that mimics a demon carved on the tip of a cane. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, things are talking in front of me right now. Hey, master, at least introduce yourself. It's gonna make me sad. Apostrophe. What is this disgusting creature? You. Are you kidding me? Mimic? I wonder if you've finally come. What is mimic? No, not at all. Not with such an inferior creature. It's not a mimic, which means it's not a pseudo. Besides, even if it was mimic, it wouldn't be a reason to talk. So what's this? Then what are you? It also feels odd to talk to a wand. With such disgust at my actions, I was asking as I deserved. My name is Vertigo. Call me Ver. Master? If you say so. I've been saying that for a long time. No? But that means you have me. I don't know what that means, because I have it in my hand. In master, it's not a reason. Then I'll have to ask the guy who already knows. Hey, what is this? But I asked, but the three eyes were dotted. And so Eliza put her face closer to the wand in such a way as intrigued. What is it, miss? Isn't it Bipin? Apostrophe. If you kiss me, my lady can be my master. Ver seducing with a duck mouth. Changing from her previous expression, Eliza distorted her expression as if she could see even dirty objects, immediately distancing herself from Ver. Heck. What the hell? It's cold. I thought you just made a joke. That's why I hate humans. Can't a woman make sense of a joke now? The world has changed. What are you? Are you some kind of monster? Siag, who was so calm and settled, is asking terribly. That's why you're saying no. I'm the master's half. Call me Ver. Siag, you know what this guy is? I don't know. I've never seen a talking cane before. Speaking of which, it's like a wand like that came out of a book I read when I was little. Something started to say that Alfred bumped. That's an unnamed adventurer, isn't it? I've had them call me, too. What is a fairy tale until you come to another world? Let's not ask these guys anymore. Fair enough. I'll find out for myself next time. Look at that. Looks like we're waiting. I found Alice staring at us from the hall. I checked the three faces in turn, and when I looked at me, I narrowed my eyes and grinned as if I could see through them. But that look is from the time of deception. That's what I'm telling you. If so, It means he's playing something right now. What makes you have to make such a look? Is it also something you don't want to be enlightened about? It just seemed to me that Ares was raising a question. Who are you? That's what I'm talking about. It's evidence that the perception inhibition granted to the hood is working. That's why I can't tell Alice. It seemed long and short, but I'll kill this guy today. But I won't just kill you. I'm feeling so high that I'm going to kill you now. But I'm going to kill you slowly. And so is the king who wears an agua behind it. What can you do? Enough to call me master. You'll help me, won't you? I'm sorry to return the question with a question, but what does the master want you to do? The impact of an earlier magic collision had turned the entrance into a pile of rubble. I want this eliminated. And it's hard to get inside the fire that's scattered around you. You just gotta turn that thing off, huh? Oh, okay. Well, master, it's my pleasure to meet you now. Put up your cane. He's a polite guy. I was prompted by Ver to set up a scepter. The dark pearl of greed. The moment Ver chanted that, suddenly, a huge black sphere appeared in the place where the main door was, swallowing in an instant the debris and lighting fires that were scattered around. Anyone involved? The announcement flowed intransigently in my head. A total of 17 people were confirmed dead and the loot came in on its own. They've killed some people. It's up to the master's will, too. It's not my fault. Will? What are you talking about? More than that. The magic of the master is outrageous. Noisy fell elsewhere, at which time the sphere that was unfolding contracted and disappeared as if it were sucked inside the sphere. The debris that had been scattered had been removed, and the spheres had wiped away even the nearby walls and ceilings. What do you say, master? You're brilliant. Oh, I was afraid. You can't say that in those words. There are more than a dozen people in the large hall with more openness, followed by Johannes and Ares. Due to the remainder of the scarcity, he apparently had his soldiers hard protected near the entrance. Is this magic like gravity or suction, something that forces the subject to attract? But on the other hand, it is similar to erosion. Earlier, I saw a soldier being dragged in as he folded his body with an oar. You want another shot? No, that's enough. Shit, I don't know. We still got to do this at all, huh? Well, fine. Even so, where in the master is this magic? This time the master is a hell of a man. Ver was a good talker. From Ver's point of view, I don't think I have magic. Naito, I'm not surprised what magic you used anymore. Looks like Ver's magic even took his thoughts away from Sieg. Naito, when this is over, you'll officially be one of us. Welcome. After lines like the death flag, Alfred followed Siege into the hall. Well, let's do our best. Eliza deludes herself with intent like a social dictionary. If you don't have much to say, you just need to shut up. Besides, there's nothing to be expected from here. The night was deep and the moonlight was plunging in from the collapsed ceiling. That illuminates Ariel's hateful side, and her golden hair is sparkling and brilliant. Was the man I saw on the road fascinated by this look? I sympathize with the pit. Only evil appears in my eyes. Is it the quiet before the storm? The hall was so silent that each breath could be heard. It would be pointless to name it. Sieg opened the cut ahead. By virtue of the sin of carrying out a valiant summons, we ask Alice Graberg, Johannes Graberg and others involved to die here. The moment Zeke spoke of purpose, Ares's expression turned into something ugly. What joke would it be to have you die? And what the hell does a brave summons mean? We have no idea. That's the face. The look on your face when you yelled at me for incompetence, despised me, and skipped me. He is so outward that he feels supreme joy at pointing his frustration at others as malice. But it doesn't have to be. Transfer network deployment. Transfield. The magic formation enlarged from Ares's feet into a room full of them. Metastasis. At that moment, Alice disappears. The heart of a dragon is known. An echoing voice. Each time Alice appeared all over the hall, she disappeared, ridiculing the Sikhs, who stood with a harsh look from vigilance. That's instantaneous travel, which can be called instantaneous travel. The Sikhs were flirted with without grasping Alice's movements. Meanwhile, the political ministry quietly chants, I left the miscellaneous fish to the three of you, with no expression on his face. Suddenly, the wind was strong enough to stir up Sieg's long hair. Shortly afterwards, the bright stained glass tile windowsill, which was colored all over the left wall of the hall with the throne in front, broke simultaneously and splashed. I heard a distressing voice, screaming, rough exhalation, coughing and vomiting. Reflectively everyone followed the sound and turned their gaze. What I saw was Alice being strangled by a man in the hood and pressed against a pillar. The moonlight is illuminating the blood that falls from your mouth through your jaw. The blood raw belonged to Aras. Aras. Johannes raised her voice of sorrow at the appearance of her daughter in captivity. Naito? Sieg questioned him when he realized what a political sect looked like. The momentary move to capture Ariel didn't even look like Sieg. You don't hear me. The political ministry doesn't try to look back, it doesn't try to let go with Aras's neck grabbed with his left hand. On his right hand side, he could see Ver's great scepter. Let go, I bar my legs, and Aras is stuffy and suffering. The political sect only gave a slight peek into one eye from the hood and watched the look without expression. It looks different back then. A political sect shook off his left arm after a grunt and threw Aras to the floor. Gar, unable to take his passive, Alice, slammed to the floor, coughs hard, slowly trying to get up. It wouldn't be the kind of voice the princess could give. Step by step, we approach the crawling Aras. I'll kill you at the bottom of my hatred. You can just burn my face in those dirty eyes and back of your brain and die wishing to kill me, die resenting me. A quiet hall. Seeing the red and black fluctuations leaking out of the body of the political sect, Zeke, for a moment, did not know who it was. Sieg doesn't know if it's magic or something else. Attack enhancement grant. Odiomora, turning his right-hand scepter toward the three of them as he stared at Aras, the political ministry chanted and applied the magic of granting. The three bodies had an enhanced ability to wrap purple aura around them. We intensified our physical and magical defenses. I'll take care of the rest, as planned. At this distance, grant without any magic formation? Eliza doubted her eyes as she confirmed the aura wrapped around her own body. Granting from a distance is prone to instability of the surgical formula. If you are multiple at the same time, you will always need a magic team. Otherwise the surgical ceremony will collapse and there will be a magical outburst. Sieg analyzed it with a sober look. But Naito did the grant without the magic team. Alfred had lost his word without hiding his surprise. Sieg was aware of the state of the political sect. The discomfort that happened several times before I even got here. The political sect, as usual, had moments of disrespect that made the enemy as brutal as it had become before. Now they even put together red and black fluctuations. Eliza and Alfred also had emotions that could not be explained to the fluctuations. But the three of them see something even more difficult to understand. Naito, you okay? That was when Zeke asked the political ministry overlooking Alice. Well, what is it? The moment the political sect turned around, a chill ran on the spine of the three. Each one of them lost his words and just got his eyes caught, a red eye looking at this one. It was the left eye, the political sect, and in this darkness it was all the more horrible. I questioned the three staring at me. I'll kill you both. I'll take care of the rest. The political sect had a floating look. Returning his gaze, the political ministry gently stepped on Aras's right hand like one hassle. The bone crushes, and Aras puts his strength into his expression in an attempt to endure bitter and boring pain. But the scream leaked. Dear Aras! Infantry in the hall began chanting to help Aras. Explosion. But Alfred won't let it go. There was no magic formation, and suddenly, the bodies of several magicians exploded from the inside. When Zeke set up his machete, he responded to Alfred and attacked the enemy. He snaps the head of the wizard with a light figure and kills him with certainty. Do you hear me, Aras? You're going to be too. The political sect said so metaphorically to the screams of the wizards who are being killed one after the other behind them. Get the hell away from Ariel. The great spear of the earth. Johannes stood up chanting and threw a large spear in his right hand into the political sect. Surgical destruction, Soul Blake. But the magic formations that were unfolding at Johannes's feet are scattered. The large spear unleashed did not reach the political sect and collapsed into dust in the air. Become? Rock spear. Johannes began chanting again, upset and panicked, but the magic formation broke again shortly after it appeared at his feet, and the spear that was supposed to appear on his right hand also collapsed before clamping its shape. He fell from his back to the throne again as he lost his mind, turning his agitated eyes on his trembling hands. Why the rest of the magic doesn't work? That look belongs to those who have already admitted defeat. Johannes no longer has a chance. I destroyed the technique. Aras crawled and replied so, shaking her aching body. You know very well. But who said we could talk? Who? The political sect grabbed Araz's neck with his left hand and held him to the floor. As punishment, you have to watch. Your father will die in front of you. That's what I said, pointing the scepter of my right hand towards Johannes. Knock. There's an outside road. Whatever. Politburo grabbed Araz's hair and lifted it up gently, causing him to turn his gaze to Johannes. Grievance pain, phantom pain. Suddenly, Johannes exclaimed in an attitude that was contrary to his upper body. And drool from your mouth, and repeat your rough breath. The sorcery pain of the grieving spirit, phantom pain, was applied to the sorcery Mgra by the flipping prank pole. Mgra is a loot obtained from the guards of the Great Stairs. It's just good magic. This is the pain of those you killed. The pain of the grieving spirit. Father. Alice turned to her screaming father with a grieving look. You look like that too. I'm relieved. But if not, it's not worth killing. The political sect laughed at Kerekara and pointed his wand at Johannes again. The pain of the grieving spirit, phantom pain. Chant over and over with high laughter. But Johannes never spoke up again. Apparently, it's been abandoned. My body was starting to glow slightly at the evidence. Oops, danger, conditional anomaly healing, effect heal. The light that was carried in Johannes' body gradually disappeared to return to his body. Johannes regained his sanity and looked around as if he did not understand the situation, wiping who was in his mouth. I heard that. I hear a brave summons hurts people until they're abandoned. Araz answers nothing. I was relieved to hear that. Don't hesitate to kill me now. I didn't even hesitate, but I felt guilty. I couldn't forgive myself for being weak and guilty the way you guys are. It was unpleasant. But not now. Grievance pain, phantom pain. No, don't. Now your father. Are you going crazy? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'll fix you up again soon. Now your father is alive and well. Grieving pain, phantom pain. A chirping snort in the hall. Looks like Johannes has his limits there again. From the mouth, just like earlier. Someone drooled vomit, and his gaze pointed in the direction of the day after tomorrow. Once again, the patriarch applied conditional anomaly healing, effect heal, to restore Johannes to normal. I'm tired. You're next, Araz. In the meantime, I'll let that grandfather die. Oh, wait, please, don't. Mine. It's just one father. People are all the only things that exist to someone. That's what can happen. The same is true of those you have killed so far with assassinations and sacrifices. It must have been what you call just one person for someone. You don't get it. Araz gave a mixed look of doubt and fear. I'll make it easier soon. The goddess's blood tears dies Bradley. A red and black magic formation appeared at Johannes' feet. Araz, I love you. With a face as tranquil as death enlightened, Johannes speaks his last words. Father. The moment I heard Araz scream, countless red rain poured through the ceiling. It swallowed even a scream, and when Johannes' appearance became invisible in an instant, only a waterfall sounded there. Father. Are you desperate? The political sect was giving a full smiler peek from the hood. Then it was dissolved in blood tears and the unstable ceiling was about to crack and collapse. Can you get the one from earlier out again? It's gonna be underneath. Of course. The dark pearl of greed. A pitch-black sphere emerges, swallowing the throne and the surrounding area, swallowing the crumbling ceiling. When the ceiling of the hall was completely destroyed, the moonlight plunged into a wider area than before. What is it? That the goddess above showed up when the ceiling disappeared. Only those red eyes are clearly visible in the darkness of the deep night. Alice was frightened by the figure of the goddess, shaking her lips. It's a goddess, don't you even know that? The Johannes Graberg, LV, 42, Crusade activated the unique skill Guardian of the Goddess. Choose your loot. Apparently Johannes is dead. To the news of death I heard in my head. The political sect was faceless. He was just telling the facts and confirming the look on Alice's face that would stare if she had tears. Why? Do you suffer so much? Where does that need to be? Why can't you see why you're being tormented? To Araz's grieving voice, from disgust, the eyes of the political sect were laughing in the hood. It's this line over here. Why is it so ugly? How could you do that? But Araz didn't know what it meant and gave a puzzled look. I wanted to try to move things without touching them. I wanted to try and get the fire out of my hand. And I wanted to try flying in the sky. That's not what I can do, being a healer. In that word, a change begins to appear in the expression of Alice, who was pessimistic. And when the political sect took off his hood, Araz changed his expression. Ah, you were then. Me. Did you kill him? Apparently, in Araz, The political ministry was already supposed to be dead. The political ministry relieved him of the reaction and smiled thinly. Huh. Good. With the scum you thought it would be. Looks like he remembered his face. Wow, I just did some metastatic magic. I discarded it. I threw it away like garbage while I knew I couldn't live. The political sect wasn't just staring. He was thinking, how can I kill Aras? But I'm not expecting that. Rather, that's good. Thanks to you, you didn't realize I existed. That's one of your losers. The cause of defeat? What way do you think that is? What? You don't get it, do you? You don't know what method I used to get this kind of power. You don't even know for sure. You just banished me because I'm a healer. But I don't think that's a mistake. I've lived in this world for a little while, too. Okay, the healer treated him as incompetent wherever he went. If that's common sense in this world, and there are other brave men out there, you don't have to stick to me. So I was supposed to be dead, but you guys got in my way. He cursed, laughed and, to the extreme, drove him to darkness, saying that he was incompetent despite it. Those who interrupt suicide need a reward. It's not a question of what I'm going to live and see and feel in this world. You put a cross spear in my resolve, joined Saab and made a fool of yourselves. It's just that I'm simply angry. That's not why you're going to die. The political sect was in doubt as he spoke for himself. Aras doesn't even understand his words if he's not reflecting. The political ministry was thinking with a depressing look as to why he was talking about this while he knew it. Okay, let's do this. You're going to be in school too, learning magic with all of you. I welcome you. You must be a good wizard. A bottom-up suggestion for a cramped look. All you think about is your own preservation. I'm still figuring out a way to survive in my head. That's sweet. You killed my father in front of me. You think you're gonna invite me? I knew you were the scumbag I thought you were. It's not. Not so. You're dirty yourself. You must not live. You will be able to summon the brave as many times as you want. No, aren't you already preparing for your next brave summons? Human beings are like dolls to you. If you say so. It's like chatter. I was a hassle. So what do we do next? What's next? It's terrible. Not at all. You only think of us as things. I wanted you to defeat the demons. That's all. I'm even suspicious of that reason now. You want me to come to school? Why do you have to study with those less capable people? I'll tell you what those guys need to learn is not magic or how to fight. It's your own stupidity. Looking down at others as incompetent. Pushing incomprehensible reason that you should do as you are told because you are incapable, and doing your own thing that overestimates and overconfidence you. Naito, this one's over. The Zeeks, who had finished their annihilation, rushed. Countless bodies and blood buildup spread through the hall. Wait, I'll finish it right away. The political sect gently kicked Aras's belly. Then Aras jumped up and stopped in front of the rolling door as he repeatedly bounced. Ha! Alice spits blood as she falls on the side. But you don't have to learn anymore. Yeah, speaking of which, how's Saab doing? Is he still alive? How's Koizumi? Those three made a good fool of me. Does Hanoi even do class commissioners? All out of the way. What, Vile? Aren't they one of yours? Do you want to appeal to love next? Cheap hands. Oh, no. The political ministry sent a cold gaze as he tilted his neck. My left eye is still glowing red. Most importantly, you don't think those guys are one of us, even after I disappeared. Wasn't Saab laughing, in particular? Then one and Hanoi will start that contest again. Yeah, how's one of them? Are you still on the side of justice? He has a problem. But I'm better than you. Hitachi. What? You remembered my name. Then I'll let you escape as a reward. Aras opened his eyes. The political ministry laughed thinly at that instant expression. Just kidding. The political sect took a deep sigh and slowly began to walk to Aras's. Sit down. I'll think about it a little bit when I can. Aras glanced at the approaching political sect. Don't be ridiculous. I mean it. I'll think about it. Alice's expression loosens for a moment. Then as he crawled, he slowly turned his head toward the political ministry. Surgical destruction, Sol Blake. Suddenly, the political sect chanted. Shortly afterwards, at Aras's feet, the magic formations that should not have been there were scattered. What's that? I guess I sensibly perceived something. The political sect didn't know what Aras was going to do. It's metastatic magic. Siok replied to the look. Aras can transparently change and hide the colors of the magic formation. In other words, you can exercise metastatic magic without the other person noticing you, because it is afraid of the witch of the neck, and no one can react to this woman who appears behind her back in an instant. Did that make you feel weird? I knew you were a witch to the end. I don't admit it. I try to escape. Grievance pain, phantom pain. Ares screams against his body. I twisted my body many times trying to escape the pain. The political sect was touched by his own magic. It was magic as if it represented the present political sect, and I was convinced that we would treasure it in the future. Exactly as magical as it is for me, pain in the grieving spirit, phantom pain. Watch Alice suffer from pain. Conditional anomaly healing. Effect heal and return to the state again. The anomaly of the political sect was apparent from the sieges, but the three of them watched it in silence. But I don't want this anymore. I've been thinking a lot. I wondered how I would make it pay and how I would hurt. I also thought I would chop each of those fingers with my sword. But when I had to put you in front of me, it all disappeared. He's going to kill you accidentally because of his high emotions. So the political sect jumped momentously and hit Taraz's right arm hard with his left fist. It was supposed to be just a fist blow, but in an instant Taraz's right arm burst, and the blood bounced off him as if he'd cracked a water balloon. Ares seems to no longer have the strength to scream while keeping his left arm down. Haven't the healing magic worked? But the political sect wasn't interested, and I didn't question it there. Is that it? Can you surprisingly still do this? Then next time. Without hesitation, the political ministry went on and bounced off his left arm. Ares had paralyzed his senses and was not already in pain. My eyes are vain and I'm going to lose my mind now. Healing, heals. The political sect healed and stopped bleeding from Ares's wounds. But the missing arm won't go back. Ares lost both arms. Now the pain's gone, isn't it? Hey, Ares, how's the healer magic? This is not healing magic, not. As I questioned him, the political ministry was unwilling to listen to Ares. Now he kicked in momentum for both of Ares's legs. I heard two bursts in a row. Shortly afterwards, blood splashed equally, and Ares's legs disappeared. The political sect stops the bleeding again with healing magic, but Ares can't move anymore. What a moment your pain is. Painful or nothing compared to the time I wandered through that darkness. The political sect has since repeatedly unleashed magic. Whenever he loses consciousness, he heals with healing magic, but under the collar of the white dress he wears, he gets dirty with something mixed with blood and filth. Even in front of such Alice, the political ministry still has no expression. I didn't think you were going to kill the first otherworldly person I met. I didn't even want to kill him. The political sect kicked Ares's face lightly. Blood and teeth splashed, cheeks swept away. Wait. Minotaur? Come on. Oh, my God. Do you want to live to be like that? I can't believe it. But seriously, first. Oh, my God. No, no. No, it's unpleasant. By Mr. Ares, with an incomprehensible look of accomplishment. The political ministry finally crushed Ares's face. Alice Greyberg, LV, 42, Crusade has activated the unique skill Guardianship of the Goddess. Choose your loot. Tons of blood flowing to your feet. Zero moonlight lit the great hall, which had lost its light and was closed in the dark night, from the gap between the fallen walls and the ceiling. But it is not certain whether it is the moon, with its left eye drifting with darkness and red and slight light like a fluorescent fire. The political sect now looked down at it that he had crushed. I didn't feel like I could put it in my mouth. This is the first time the political sect has ever known the feeling of vengeance. His eyes, staring at it, which remained terribly faceless and no longer turned into a lump of meat, were not colorful, even as it glowed red. When I remember that emotion, in which I did not know, was disturbed and I had no thoughts gushing out of the depths, the expression of the political sect changed for a moment to something sad. But the political sect did not know the meaning of this feeling more than its expression. This is why the political sect is mistaken. In other words, that is the revenge of the thought of the political ministry itself. But the political ministry does not realize it. So the political sect will suffer for some time to come. Meaning of revenge, until you realize its essence. It's over. But I want to ask you geese again. You really want to keep me company? I looked back and asked. But the three of them will not open their mouths immediately. Look, I think I get it, but I'm not a good man. I'm not like you guys who do justice. Still, are you guys gonna recognize me as one of them? Naito, you're mistaken. Siak was the first to open his mouth. Mistake? We're not obsessed with abstract things like justice. If we're doing justice, we're not gonna kill these guys in the first place. I'm gonna put you through heresy. I couldn't swallow the story right away. Our deeds are nothing but self-righteousness if we speak with good and evil. But I believe it's a meaningful deed. It takes time to judge Alice and Johannes. In the meantime, there will also be victims, like you. You said something about the war. About that. War is one of the sacrifices. Even if we hadn't taken action, they would have been interrogated in heresy one day. But before that, there will be war. These guys got their hands on the brave summons after figuring it out. I won't give in. There must have been a fight. If the war starts, there will be a large number of dead soldiers from other countries driven out to war, not just from this country, also die. All of them are short of soldiers, and nations begin to gather soldiers from nearby villages and towns as well. Some of them will be forced to participate. That's all. Humans get hurt just to capture Alice and Johannes. Certainly on that reasoning, I don't think this behavior is wrong. But that's not what I'm trying to say. I killed these geese with a personal grudge. That was watching me kill. You geese would know that. Besides, you probably understood my situation from the conversation. Are you saying that you were summoned by a brave summons, one of the other worlds? That's the thing, I'm not human in this world. Sieg shut his mouth there, and he seemed to be thinking of something. Naito, I don't think of you that way. After a while, Sieg cuts it out. That way. So is Eliza and Alfred. You were hurt, that's all. You're not saying you can do anything if you're hurt, are you? Oh. It's a matter of readiness. You're going to live on your back today. You'll never forget it. You should have been ready for that. I understand that this was a troubled behavior and a necessity for you. It was definitely necessary. I killed him because I thought so. But for some reason, I don't feel comfortable. It's not like regret. You should have no regrets about killing errors. What is this emotion if you don't regret it? We choose those who can kill without hesitation over those who can't. We don't need good people in that sense. Besides, your powers are fascinating. I want you to help me in the future, if possible. The three bowed their heads. But am I that important to these guys? If I say it right or not, I guess I'm not doing it right. I was whining about that unexpectedly. Why? Why, I regret it. Never mind. Alfred cheered when he said so. I am refreshed that you killed Errors. He wasn't a jerk anyway. Probably because he was the one who killed my mother. Alfred's expression had grief hidden from view. But now I feel guilty even though I do. I'm sure this emotion is what you call evil. Do you deny me that? I don't deny it. I heard Alfred was being treated badly. I don't know why that happened, but I don't have the idea of denying you. Thank you, but I won't deny you either. So is Sieg and Eliza. These guys have darkness in their hearts, too. There are indelible wounds and a past. Everybody does, not just you. Perhaps this is a guilt. It feels like a cavity in my chest. But I don't know the root cause of such emotions. I don't know, but these guys say I'm not evil. If it turns out to believe, I can't help but say it's a matter of readiness. My name is Politburo. But as always, please do it in Nitro. I don't want to be as famous as you guys. The three of them only laughed a little at the words. Then ask again. Naito, can you get into the dragon's heart? Number. I'm not allowed in the organization. Answering that, the three gave a clapped look. Of course it means I can't give you an answer yet. I cannot conclude in such a state of precariousness of mind. But I think the three of us are buddies. You can let me know if anything happens again, and I'll help you then. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I'm going to consider it positively. So what do you say we join provisionally? You want to force me to join you, too? With a slightly happier face, Zeke said so. Johannes' trophy had nothing of particular interest to me. Skill. Hardening. Increases physical resistance. Skill. Intimidation. Focuses the attention of unspecified subjects present around you. Magic. The Great Spear of Soil. Sand Javelin. Forms a sharp spear of soil. Magic. Rock Spears. Form sharp rock spears. Magic. Rigid rock armor. Forms high density rock armor. Magic. Sharp rock trap. Fine shrink. Forms a pit with sharp rocks planted in the specified range. Magic. The King's Wall of Defense. Rex Wall. Forms a wide range of high-density rock walls. Summoning Sorcery. Earth Giant. Earth Column. Sorcery that summons Earth Column. Consumables. Restorative Medicine. 3. Liquid with restorative effect. Consumables. Magic Crystal. 1. Minerals that restore magic. Equipment: the King's Sword. The golden straight sword that Johannes Greyberg loves to use. Equipment: the King's Shield. A gold shield that Johannes Greyberg loves to use. I chose the summoning magic, Earth Giant, Earth Golem. This was followed by Ares's loot, but the contents were all that was needed for the assassination. Skill: Mind Eye. Can spot the subject's steep spot. Skill: Strengthen your body. The values of health and June minutes increase. Skill: Enemy. Knows the location of people, monsters, objects, etc. Skill: Silent. Can turn off footsteps. Magic: Metastasis. Moves the object to the specified point. Magic: Partial Metastasis, Transfer. Allows for partial force transfer to the subject. Magic: Transfer Network Deployment, Transfield. Forms a transfer network within the specified range. Equipment: Lethal Dagger. A dagger painted with lethal amounts of poison. Equipment: Broadsword of Rapid Poison. Broadsword painted with basilisk poison. Equipment: Witch's Dress. A witch's dress that doesn't even go through the blade. I chose the Magic Transfer Network Deployment, Transfield, based on my interest. The effect of this magic was to deploy a meta-magic team within a specified range in advance. In other words, in that realm, the user can emit the chant of metastatic magic, even allowing for instantaneous movement. It doesn't require chanting, so it travels quickly and is never understood by the other person. I felt like this was the reason why Ares was feared to be an Equich. I got the skills and magic for 6 or 3 people in this raid. The number of loot itself is a little more than that. In other words, the number of kills was more than that, but in the end, the skills and sorceries possessed by those at the guard level are generally limited to those of low value, especially the guards who surrounded us on the big stairs. Multiple people owned the same sorcery. There were even those who did not even have it when it came to skills. Apparently, skills are quite valuable in this world, and I thought when I saw the status of the letter unselected disappeared. Name Hidaka Masamoon. Level 699. Occupation Healer. Race Human. Vitality 41,940. Magic 34,950. Attack 6,990. Defense 6,990. Magic Attack 6,990. Magic Defense 6,990. Health 6,990. Toshi 6,990. Intelligence 6,990. Conditions: Interworld Syndrome. Title: Reborn, Revenge God's Friend, Snake King God's Friend. Gear: Anger of the Virgin, Broadsword. Skills: King's Arc / Mimics Life, The Devil's Eye of Truth, Thermal Sensing / Purification / Enemy / Appraisal / Polishing / Washing / Cooking / Formulation / Life Detection, Underwater Breathing, Strike Resistance / Resistance, Tear Resistance / Sewing / Drop Resistance, Toxic Resistance, Paralysis Resistance, Pain Resistance, Fasting Resistance, Fatigue Resistance, Intimidation Resistance / Dismantling / Cultivation / Hunting / Architecture / Grantier / Writing / Pharmacy / Concealment / Shooty NG / Intimidation / Scam / Pulling / Trapper / Shy / Meeting / Discernment / Blacksmith / Patience / Physical Enhancement, Mindset Motivation, Fast Reading. Inherent Skills: Goddess Protection, Revenge God Prank, Inversion Prank, Pole / Divine Speed. Magic Heal, Heal / Healing Wave, Heal Aura / Condition Abnormal Heal, Effect Heal / Attribute Grant, Enchant / Attack Enhancement Grant, Odium Aura / Fire / Curse Big Spear, Curse Javelin / Swordsman's Defense, Protomister / Blast Fist, Blanche / Transfer Network Deployment, Transfield / Demon Bullet, Mgra / Fire, Fire / Water Flow, Wall / Demon Shield, Seal / Demon Attack Sword, Seeker / Mgra Agate / Paralysis Arrow, Paralysis Arrow / Poison Arrow / Demon Wall, Mgra Wall / Restraining, Bind / Mgra / Lightning, Lightning / Cold Injection, Freeze / Fly, Ice Spear / Dark Spear, Ice Darkness / Darkness, Darkness. Summoning Magic. Earth Giant, Earth Golem. Skills and Magic Beyond Grasp. It can be used as is when it comes to skills, but needs to be inverted when it comes to magic. But with this, it's worth inverting. What are you doing just now? Turning back down the hallway, Alfred asked in wonder. No, it's nothing. It's over. And the four of us went out of the royal castle. When I went outside, the morning sun had already plugged in there. I didn't realize where I was going, but the castle town overlooking the top of the big stairs is stunning. What are the three of you going to do now? Right. I'm thinking about breakfast in Myra. But is Naito coming too? Are you sure? Absolutely. Whether it's provisional subscription or not, there's no way you're not welcome. In Siege, I seem to have already decided to join. I went down the big stairs and past Fountain Square, knocking around the main entrance just like I did when I came. But I remembered it was there. Transfer from here to my resin. Wait a minute, please. What's up? Said Alfred. I've left something to do. For a moment, I knew it was possible to get my head back to the image. Master, if you want to do it, now is the time. We're not lost, so let's do this, huh? Ver had a mouthful that made me understand why I stopped. What are you going to do? With a strange face to Ver's words, Zeke asked. Destroy this castle from site to site. But only then. The three of them didn't seem very pinned. I pronounced it to Alice, that I would destroy this country. But I'm not going to kill the people. So I thought, why don't you destroy this castle? You think we're gonna break the castle? Sieg, the castle proves that there is a king. I mean, the royal castle is a symbol of the country, a symbol of power. Then destroying it should be the best thing for you guys. Sure, you're right. There was no idea of breaking the castle, but it would be a deterrent to the summoning of the brave. We need to show that no valiant summons should be made, but it is difficult to convey it in words. I can't tell you that no one will show up to do it again. Naito, if you can do it. Sieg did not deny it. Ver, that's what I'm talking about. Can you do that? I know what the master is thinking, so I can take it. I mean, we just have to get rid of all the stuff on the other side of this gate, right? Just as you only crawl through the castle grounds. That's what I'm talking about. Master, you'll have trouble insulting me. No, I underestimate myself. It would be easy if it were in our hands. Let's get started. Ver's expression was full of motivation. I walked a little away from the gate and set up a cane for the royal castle. Come on, then. Oh, anytime. The dark pearl of greed. The moment Ver chanted, a huge pitch-black sphere appeared on the royal castle grounds. It appeared almost without sound, and the area was windless. Hey, Ver. Hey, this, isn't it bad? Damage outside the premises. Gradually the sphere expands and reaches the wall surrounding the site. But on the other side of the wall, there's got to be some kind of public residence that has nothing to do with this. What the hell are you talking about? The abyss is on the master's side? Or does the master doubt the abyss? What do you mean? Ver's eyes glanced at this one. But I don't know what you're trying to say. The abyss is the will of the master itself. Don't break anything the master doesn't want to break. I don't want to invade anything. Just erase what you want. If you doubt yourself, you'll be swallowed by the abyss. Okay, then widen the scope more. Surround the entire site. As you say. I don't know what Ver is talking about, but this guy seems to be certain of something. No matter how much you scale up, make no mistakes. While the further enlarged sphere swallowed all the castles and grounds, I was beginning to understand this magic. This means that the essence is still erosion. As Ver explained, this sphere drags in and encroaches upon what I want to destroy according to my will. That's it. At the same time that Ver told him so, what was turning his vision into a dark monochrome shrunk quietly and disappeared. There appeared a deep hole like a large crater. They invaded not only the royal castle, the great staircase, and the fountain square, but also the ground. The brilliance of sunny weather illuminated the site where there was no longer a shadow to see. We were visiting a Wallstein store called Stein Pavilion, a painting of the beginning town of Myra. The store is full of customers even though it's morning. But it's also supposed to be something happened in Greyberg, and the customer was talking hippopotamus. By the time I got here, I had many different townsfolk and guards. Apparently, the last black sphere released to the royal castle was also visible from the town of Myra. I thought a little bit of reflection that I shouldn't be lying around. The large round table is lined with menus that don't seem like breakfast, such as Wallstein steaks, salads, and liquor. The Zeeks were eating hurriedly when they were transported. I thought, Didn't you guys manage this raid alone? As it turns out. But Ares is a tough opponent. It wouldn't have been like that. The three robes are endowed with the magic of perception inhibition. So no one around you thinks anything when you say Alice or something like that. Of course, my robe has the effect of inhibiting recognition. More than that, To owes me a lot of blood. I left it pretty with the skill I got. Washington. I mean, Ares was good at assassinations, right? Even when it comes to assassination, Ares was the owner of enough arms to be S-ranked in that muscle. It's not like a normal assassination. I don't care how much you ask. There's another reason I helped. What I feared the most was the presence of a summoned brave man. I had grasped information beforehand about where the brave men were, but the intervention was well thought out. It's so strange why he wasn't there this time. If there was a brave man over there, he'd still need your help. Brave man. That's what you guys are going to do now? Next we go to the Demon Kingdom. Demon Country? It is the kingdom of the Demon King that lies ahead of us through the Great Forest. I didn't ask for the details, but my father did. Demon Nation. Maybe there are Toe's parents there. Just in case, I checked with Siege to see where the Devil's Country is. What about Naito? I'm going to go back to Razorson and continue my journey, and I've got company. Speaking of which, I just remembered. You said something about abyss magic on the big stairs. What does that mean? It's just a fairy tale. I mean, it doesn't exist. Bullshit. Never mind. Siak says it's not a big deal. I'm only talking about my personal assumptions. A fairy tale is made by someone, and the objects and figures that appear in it are nothing but the delusions of the producer. But now I'm also thinking that maybe everything isn't. Now what? Oh, because the talking wand was real. That's what Zeke said. Seeing Ver standing next to my chair. He says it's a wand, but he walks on his own without my support. So you're saying that Ver will be in that book, too? Unnamed Adventurer. It's a tale of an unnamed adventurer, and he's gonna keep his wand on the road. Huh, why don't you have a name? I don't know. I just had them read it when I was little too. Eliza seemed a little sad. Has it reminded me of any past? Alfred inserts his mouth there. That's what my parents were making me read to get my kids together. If we don't take care of our friends, we'll all forget about them. That's what my mother taught me. What do you call abyss magic? At the end of the story, a sentence appears. The adventurer of the traitor, caught in the magic of the abyss, fell into the abyss. I don't remember the details, either, but it must have said something like that. Hey traitor. Well, it's a fairy tale. It's not like thinking deeply. Besides, abyss magic is not a word that refers to certain sorceries in the first place. It's like sarcasm and admonition, which I use against those who misuse magic. Don't imitate falling into the magical abyss, Zeke adds. I mean, don't be like Alice or Johannes. They fell into some sort of abyss, if you ask me. Do you have any thoughts on Alfred, who was a family even for a moment? Behind Alfred's eyes, who speaks that way, I still felt like my grief was blindfolded. You heard me earlier. Oh, you can say whatever you want. You guys are cool guys. There must be an abyss. Then I was looking at the three of them with a face like Vol was offended. What does it mean to be certain? What are you saying? Siak has a chilling tone, but he also seemed a little confused. It means as it is. All of the master's magic is an abyss. And in this world, an abyss means only a specific being. It doesn't exist. It's a fairy tale. It's hard for people to talk nonsense. Ver, you're familiar with it. Course you do. I'm the master's half, aren't I? Half body? What is that master more than that? I hope you don't. It's about asking your own chest. I'm just calling you master because the master wants you to. It means nothing else. The three of them looked like they couldn't keep up with the chatty Ver story. After that I ignored it and was mindful of the meat. Apparently, an abyss is something so insane. No matter how much Ver complained, Siak just mumbled and didn't show how convinced he was. Why don't you come with me? I'm going back to Razorson. We were coming in front of Myra's front door. It will be past noon in time. The neighborhood was noisier than it was when I visited the Stein Pavilion. You can see the Greyberg soldiers. I'm sorry for everything. I called you out of the blue. But thanks. It was Siak who said that. He's a disciplined guy who doesn't look good on his face. It's nothing. I've got experience, and I might call you next time. Don't hesitate to say it then. I'll rush right to it. But I didn't think we were going to raid the country with the guys we met occasionally. Saying so, the three laughed. I agree. Then I'll do the metastatic magic. The place can only fly where Naito was before the transfer, but is that okay? Oh, It's okay there. I stared at the end of the meadow from the main gate. In the distance, you can see Greyberg surrounded by a fence. There's Sab and the other brave men over there. Those are the ones who abandoned me. Born after killing errors, this unexplainable feeling. My mind is as restless and I feel lost for some reason. It doesn't make sense. Killing Alice, I must have gotten satisfaction from the bottom of my heart. But what struck me after that was this emotion that was hard to describe. I don't know, but it doesn't feel good. What did I do wrong? But I guess I did something wrong. So I still regret backwards. I was talking to Ver for some reason. I don't know what the master doesn't know. But not now, I guess. Isn't that how the master feels? Ver answered instantly to understand my mind. Maybe. But I don't know. When wrapped in the light of the metastasis, the three figures standing behind him disappear. I left Greyberg territory behind, not knowing anything. Emergency evacuation alert. Emergency evacuation alert. An emergency evacuation alert is currently being issued. Residents should be evacuated immediately. I repeat, all residents must evacuate immediately. Am I back? When the light of the metastasis converged, it was some noisy voice that poured into my head. Announcement. Not like that. Damn, it's a noisy world. Ver was yawning at swallowing. Check around and you'll be sure this is the Aclato mansion. I was standing in my room. What is this sound? Repeated our emergency evacuation alerts. Words that prompt condemnation of residents and the sounds of bells that make this head ache. I can see the sound of beating me with a hammer many times outside. I left the room and looked over the hallway. But nobody. The bell just got a little louder. Just look out the window and you'll see a deserted garden. I don't see how the town looks from here. When I proceeded down the hall for a while and plugged it to the stairs, I heard someone's footsteps coming up to the second floor. Masamoon. Isn't that you? It was Mr. Brown who showed up there. Where have you been? I've been worried. Mr. Brown, what is this sound? Where is everyone going? My question darkens Mr. Brown's expression. A bunch of monsters attacked the king's capital. This siren informs the inhabitants of their accusations. Already both Sierra and Hilda headed to the scene, with all the other White King knights. You and Nim jumped out when you heard the alarm. Outside the king's wall, adventurers and kingdom knights are still fighting. My head turned bright white. What do you mean? Why is that happening? What the hell happened in the last few hours when I was away? A White King knights, all of them? Oh. But the public has not been informed of the details. But I guess that's how it goes. Both To and Nim are on the battlefield. The situation is, what is the status of the war? I asked him to hurry. Not really, they're not good. Apparently, he even showed up as a S-rank monster. That's why the evacuation began. S-rank? At first it wasn't. I heard it was just a monster anomaly. But all of a sudden, things changed. Sudden change? I hear a bunch of fine beasts named Nutkalane showed up. Then it was. An evacuation alert was issued throughout the country. It was noisy in town that by then the dead had also appeared. Mr. Brown's expression darkens. My wife and those in the mansion evacuated me first. I'm sorry. I stopped. But I couldn't stop them because I was a cat warrior. Sorry. Leaving Mr. Brown to jam the words, I immediately popped out of the house. Mr. Masamoon, hurry up. We need to get to everyone. It's important. I'm one of you. So, a peaceful downtown area that usually shows its busyness. But it had already turned into a quiet residential area. As swallowed by the atmosphere of the town, the footsteps of the obscure political sect calmed down. What the hell? Oh. It's a lonely city. Ain't nobody here. Ver had spilled his stupidity on the small number of people. Leave me that. The political sect watched the residents packing. Whether most residents have already completed their evacuation, the shadows can only be counted. Are you moving, Dad? So in the sight of the political sect, a figure of one girl was shown. That's right. But only for a little while. Don't worry. The father strokes his head to make his daughter anxious. The political sect watched as he walked on. Several residents and merchant-like people as they passed through downtown. And those who appeared to be travelers went by the side of the ministry. Each looks serious. There, a familiar face appears to the political ministry. You hadn't run away yet. Sharon was surprised when he saw the political order and changed his blood minister. Mr. Sharon, what is this old lady? Too bad. I've lived in this country for a long time too. But there's nothing more I can do. Sharon talked as she stared around. staring away somewhere. Some adventurers were talking about coming back from outside the fence. And the war didn't go so well. He said it wasn't good. Mr. Sharon, there's To and Nim. Even Sierra is here. Become. To is that demon child? Why even Nim? Apparently Sharon didn't know. Really? He's a dumb kid. That kid. Sharon had tears in her eyes. She's a bad old lady. Master. The smell of death doesn't move. Let's get out of here. Apostrophe. When Ver said that, I heard some cracking noise. When I look at it, Sharon has a buttock, and a stump is cracked next to it. I don't know. My wand. The political sect leaves. Such Sharon on the sidelines. Wait. Sharon calling on the back of the political sect. You're not going. When it stops. I'm just wasting my life, and there's nothing you can do for a healer. Hey master, what is this creature? Could this be the monster? Let's kill this S-rank bitch here. Let's hurry up. The political sect walks out again. I'm waiting and I'm telling you, if you want adventure, you also need the courage to give up. You're still young. Please don't let the dead die anymore. So the political ministry stopped. Ver, it's gonna take a little longer from here to outside the fence. How about flying away? Fly? That's what you've been thinking, isn't it? I wondered if the lazy master could fly alone rather than using divine speed. Yeah, we got a way to fly. Tell him there's an S-rank monster. You went to that place, you're just going to feed them. It's not a healer. There is still a distance to the main entrance. Even if we use divine speed, we'll have to follow the building. At that time, the political ministry learned a rash on its back. And when I wondered if my back had swelled up, two shadows appeared, red and black, breaking through the robe. A political sect that remembers the feeling of not knowing on its back. It's a lazy me wing. That'll get you to the battlefield. That was 2 wings. Huge wings as the political sect has ever conceived. It's like a black smear, but slightly reddish and black. What the hell? You should be able to manipulate one person. The political sect widened its wings and looked up at the sky. I'll help the 3 of you. It's the time of the abyss. Times are calling us. Yes. When Ver intended, the political ministry rose to the sky with its black wings. Sharon lost his word and stopped there for a while. Then I saw a single black feather drifting over. It drifts through the universe at all costs. And the moment he touched the earth, he became black ash and vanished. Starting with the massive outbreak of A-rank monsters, such as Nutcalane, the emergence of Cyclops, an S-rank monster, had issued an emergency evacuation alert to Wangdu. As the White King Knights and numerous adventurers put out, they forced repeated struggles, and everyone continued to fight endlessly invisible. Cat Windroth then put a blow in Wyburn's face. But shock is not enough firepower to call it damage. Nim's level is about halfway between 10 and the entire guild of the king's capital, but it's quicker to count from below if you say so. Among the remaining adventurers here, most of the remaining adventurers were struggling with A-ranked Wyvern opponents. There was no way Nim could have defeated Wyvern without them. Nim, step back, please. Sierra worried about Nim and raised her voice in a hurry. I don't like it. Nim helps too. Nim. That's when Cockatrice attacked Nim from above. Nim. Avoid it. Toe's scream is muddled. Sand smoke dancing under wind pressure. Smells like sand and dust to my bad vision. Toe searched desperately for Nim with her eyes in such a sight. Then the vision gradually clears. Nim. Toe shouted to the shadow he saw in the smoke. But it wasn't Nim's. Sierra. It wasn't Nim who was being grabbed by Cockatrice, it was Sierra. Cockatrice's beak pinches Sierra's right shoulder and the shoulder is petrified. On the other hand, however, an ice crystal rapier pierced Cockatrice's neck. Sierra. Nim couldn't speak before Sierra, who became his shield. Tears spread down my cheeks. Nim. Don't worry, I don't need to. It's a little hard to move your right shoulder, but you can use your left hand. Sorry, dude. When Toad chopped off Cockatrice's neck, he pulled Cockatrice off Sierra. Sierra, take this. Toad gave Sierra a healing pill. Thank you. But healing pills can't cure shoulder petrification. You don't have to rush, Nim. You just have to do what you can. I'm saying this, but I don't have the power either. I'm a White King Knight, but I'm just pulling everyone's legs. I feel sorry for you, but regretting it doesn't change anything. I said, you're wasting your life if you're running like a bum. Sierra gets up slowly. Nim will be strong from now on. You will travel with Masamune and Toe to see the world and get stronger and stronger. You don't have to force yourself to join forces and lose your life. You just have to do what you can. I get it. I'm sorry, Nim wiped his tears. I'm sorry to say that. Nim has one favor to ask. So Sierra saw To with a strange look. To, have you noticed to what these monsters look like? How's it going? Yes, this is Nut Kalane I previously recovered, but that one had no contents. I mean, he was dead from the beginning. That's right. I mean, if we're dealing with a corpse right now, the cause would be necromancer magic. I hear it's an extremely rare sorcery, but that's the only way I can think of this. You've probably noticed Reinhardt. So, what do you want with Sierra? So there's something I want Nim to do. To Nim? Yes, perhaps all we have left is Nim. We used enemy defenses and sensations, but we don't see the enemy, and we don't even feel any signs of magic. If this is the kind of perception inhibition, you can't turn your consciousness there even if you were aware of it. So I want Nim to locate the enemy. With that said, Nim had a sharp sense of smell, didn't he? I don't know that, but I've smelled something ever since I got here. That's probably the smell of a monster, but I don't think it's a monster. It smells like an ant all the time. Auntie, what do you mean? Sharon is occasionally smelling it, but I don't think it's Sharon. Is it perfume? Nim, where does that smell from? Nim explored the area with his eyes peeled and his nose combed. I don't mind roughly. If you could just tell me where it's going, that would be fine. It's that way. Nim pointed in a certain direction. It was in the direction of a small high hill, ahead of us through the plain. It should be around here. There's no sign of it. Do you feel anything? I don't feel any sign of it. At the behest of Reinhardt, Hilda and Edward had arrived on a small high hill. From there, you can see the battlefield, but not so high that you can't see the town, but you can see the walls and the royal castle. Apparently, you missed your guess. Let's go back. Cyclops are tough. The two of them saw a struggling White King Knight on the battlefield. That sounds better. But if you want to see what's going on, you can call this a great spot. Right. And it was when the two of them tried to go down the hill. Penetrating malice. I sense signs of magic behind my back, and the two look back at the same time. Gaha. But it was too late to notice. Edward. Sierra shouted to Edward forward. But at that point, Edward's body had a big wind hole, and he didn't have a heart and lungs, as if he'd been ripped out. Go-ho. Big, sturdy. Coming. Gaha. Edward spits blood out of his mouth and falls into a quarrel. Edward. Hilda rushed over to Edward and immediately applied healing magic to heal the wound. Sorry, I realize, but I'm late. Don't talk. Word. But there had already been no magic reaction, and Edward's breathing had stopped. No. Magic is a really great thing, because it's also easy to destroy people's meat. Don't you think so, Madam Fran? Yes, Master Jido. The two showed up before Hilda. I didn't think it would be that easy. Do rumors mean rumors? Dear Jido, I don't feel comfortable. Me, too. Even so, the S rank still breaks my bones. Sure. Jido and Fran laughed with an ugly look, and next door Yun showed disgust. Binding thunder, Hilda unleashed two thunderbolts that made him look like a whip without leaving it empty. Oops. Try to avoid it. But Jido jumped small to the side in a joke and embellished Hilda's magic. Fran uses the fan he had in his right hand. Kill this woman. There are 5 of us left. It's like a child's mission. Dear Jido, that's not true. It's easier to use than a child. This. They took one. Hey. So, I'm going to ask you. Jido saw Hilda with an invincible grin. The man, he's dead, isn't he? The sacred sphere of resonance. Hilda's eyes set. Ignoring Jido's question, Hilda emits a photosphere. The light sphere decided the ground and approached Jido and Fran, but Jido laughs niggardly at the current magic, slowly putting his hands on it. Fire shield. A giant fiery shield appeared before Jido. The shield stopped Hilda's unleashed magic with contact. Killed momentum. The light sphere doesn't move like it adhered to a shield. Let's burn it with light and other fire. No. Shortly afterwards, a shield fire covered the light sphere and bounced back to Hilda's standing right neighbor. The momentum of the fireborn holy sphere was tremendous, with parts of the hill shredded and extinguished. Edward's body, lying down, is entangled and partially damaged. Oh, I missed my aim a bit. Are you going to restrain me? Hilda stares. No, I really did. Stupid. I hit it honestly and took it off. And Fran, than that. I'm tired of it. It's time to kill this woman. At that moment, Jido disappeared. Yahoo! Hilda was beaten up by Jido in that moment. Fran, can I use that man's body? It's hard. I thought you might need some time to repair it. It's not going to work. One more thing I had in mind disappears with another. A knight fighting his fellow corpse. I thought you'd be happy with that stuff, too. I was paranoid. Guido puts in a kick without leaving it empty, where Hilda is about to regain her posture. What I did. The kicking shock caused Hilda to roll down the hill. Oh, you got away with it. It's bad you're playing. Yun said that to Jido in a terribly frustrating manner. Shut up. Nevertheless, mistakes are no longer tolerated. I was going to kill you here, but okay. Fran, shall we go to the battlefield too? It's about time they were getting weaker too. Use all the rest of the monsters. I get it. Now let me be the flower of the battlefield. A round of Yun. You don't have to say anything extra. Better yet, you stay here. If you come to me, it's just gonna be a leg job. Yun staring at Jido. With such Yun sidelined, Jido left the hill with such leftovers. Hilda. Reinhardt took Hilda, who fell off the hill. I'm sorry, Edward. Hilda gets up slowly, but his expression is weak. I know. Don't talk anymore. You rest. Many felt the magic on the hill as well as Reinhardt. Sorry. Reinhardt, your sister. Sierra appears there. It's okay, don't worry. Reinhardt. You know, I can't feel Edward's magic. Don't worry about it now. More so, apparently, he was willing to show himself. S-rank monster down the hill, Liaoyulf. Jido was on the back of that huge white wolf. Plus there's another Liaoyulf behind it. I also saw Oak King and Ground Golem. We, the Empire, will take this country. Full smile. Guido down the hill. The painful sphere of mercy. I heard a thick voice like I was disturbed by the flesh on my neck. Immediately after, a deep purple sphere appears over the battlefield. Guys, avoid it. One of the adventurers noticed, and shouted with all his might. But by the time the surrounding adventurers raised the question mark, the giant demon ball had fallen into the heart of the battlefield, to which numerous adventurers were responding. Sounds so explosive that screams disappear. Smoke enough to make you invisible to adventurers and kingdom knights. Many were swallowed by the magic of Madame Fran. Alas, the adventurers of this country are poor. So where the hell were you going on an adventure? Fran stepped down to the battlefield fluttering with his sun umbrella in his right hand. Meanwhile, Jido jumps off Liaoyulf when he reaches the battlefield. Go. You're gonna bite them to death. The unleashed Liaoyulf rushed to the battlefield with refreshment, and Jido was rubbing his palms together, looking around to see where to start. How dare you, Edward? Reed appeared there and waved down the great sickle toward Guido. Oh? Say. A small demon ball was released from Jido's right middle finger. Reed built a magic wall on his stomach, but he couldn't kill the shock and blew it backwards. That's crazy. Isn't it like I'm an idiot? I spent so much time thinking about it, throwing up blood reflexes, and this is the day. What is it? Are you going to blow up with that degree of magic? I wonder how light life is. Reed rolls to rub the ground, but gets back on his feet. Fire armor. And as soon as I chanted, the flaming armor wrapped Reed's body. A demon costume is no art, is it? Don't make me laugh. Reed Black. How do you know my name? Reed was surprised. Razorson is a small country, well known, but the White King Knight is nothing but a knight of a small country. Besides, White King Knights don't usually show themselves. I'm going to find out about the names of those who are going to kill me. Even so, Fran just told me. Hey, former captain of the Ashes Regiment, Reed the Frenzy Flame. But you're a name loser. Are you as broken as I am? The White King Knights are full of rumors. They will be distracted. Reed's leg moved on the word, and the expression is full of anger. You're persistent. SHH. Unable to see through that magical first start that simplified the chant, Jido's demon ball once again engulfed Reed's belly. Why, inevitably? You look like you said that. That's because my eyes are good. A tutor is a good observation of the other person. Your move was letting me look from the top. I was so arrogant standing around, say an apostrophe. Even then, the demon ball hits Reed directly. Reed fell when he flew far away and vomited stomach fluids. Thunderstrike rigid arm, Danikium. He wrapped an electric shock around his right fist as he emitted a B, where Daniel appeared. Fuck you. But the fist that they thought hit me is easily squeezed by Jido. Stupid. I thought you were after a blind spot. Daniel was surprised and turned his thoughts around for reasons that had been avoided. You can often call yourself a knight or something with such a big move. Are you kidding me? Is that pure white armor a decoration? I get it. White because there's nothing. Is that what you're saying? You son of a bitch. Whoa. A move that seemed emotionally entrusted, but Daniel's head was calm. But Jido even spotted it. You suck at acting. Now let me show you how to use your fists here. Heavy fist. Jido's fist slipped into Daniel's belly. Daniel, like Reed, vomits stomach fluids and falls on the spot. It's not magic. It's just poking. This is Imperial Martial Arts. You don't have the same foundation. You have the same foundation. Then the Cyclops that appeared lifted Daniel's body lying down. Ha! Let go. Daniel resists desperately while suppressing his painful belly. Knock it off. Raising a roar at Jido's words, Cyclops threw Daniel, with both arms, to the ground. Daniel was in the process of temporarily stiff body in recoil, unable to get out of restraint and slapped to the ground. The iron ball of the earth. I took Jido's back there and Emily Anderson's mace swung. I see it. Ladies and gentlemen, you seem to prefer to swing. As the words put it, Jido avoided an imminent attack from behind, and Emily's mace stuck it to the ground with momentum. That's not the end of it. Emily shrugged so small. Immediately after, a crack enters the foot of the Jid and the ground cracks wide. Jido showed his haste for the first time since he came here. However, Jido moves quickly and escapes to a safety zone that does not break ground. Is that local attribute magic? It's rare. Jido looks at Emily and smiles. I'm looking forward to killing you for having someone who can use local attribute magic here. I don't know about that. Whoa. Reinhardt struck Jido with a straight sword. Jido judges Reinhardt's sword with a dagger he took out. This is the #1 White King Knight sequence, strongest in Razorson, Lord Reinhardt. Where did you find out? That's what you said. That's your face. Actually, I don't either. While Reinhardt is stopping Giddos, Daniel and Reed are passed out and unconscious. Hilda retreated and Edward died. The only remaining White King Knights are Reinhardt and Emily, and Sierra. Sierra, along with Toe and Inem, is an A-rank monster opponent and can't get her hands off him. Y1's heavenly costume hit under Ray. Red aura covered Emily's legs and arms. It produces acceleration and physical attack enhancement. Receiving Reinhardt's sword, he set up a mace and flew to Jido, who looked stuck. Are you a demon costume too? Say I. But the defense was sweet, and the moment a gap arose, a Guido demon ball hit Emily directly on the back of her leg. Emily bites her lips so that the demon costume on her right leg disappears and she can suffer the pain. My leg bone broke. The movement stopped. I'm not the strong one. You're weak. The knight's true costume Chevalier de Casque. Countless white veils appeared on Reinhardt's feet. Until you. For Christ's sake, you guys are full of demon costumes. It's out of the way, Jido said, turning and kicking into Emily's flank, which was stopping him nearby. Emily was flown far from there and stopped hitting a crowd of adventurers. What are you doing this for? Giddo and Reinhardt blades intersect. If you can beat me, let me know, which means you die without knowing. Around us we could see adventurers and kingdom knights fighting against S-ranked monsters like Coke King and Earthgolem and Liaulf and Cyclops. But he couldn't fathom himself, and he was swept away one after the other. A few A-rank monsters, such as Cockatrice and Wyvern, were still there, as were the White King Knights who could move, only Reinhardt and Sierra, forcing them to struggle. Your people will die like this, won't they? Reinhardt stared at Giddo over the blade as he crossed his sword. I'm telling you to shut up. Jido had a delightful grin on the words. The adventurers' faces were exhausted. But I cannot rest my sword. Cedric, something's coming again. I know. Yogi, cover him over there. Cedric and Yogi were also stuck. Toe. Another monster will come. So Sierra shouted. Toe looks back. That's Liaulf. At the end of Toe's gaze was the looming figure of Liaulf. But Toe doesn't try to move while he's standing still. Toe. Questioning such a Toe, Sierra exclaimed to call. But Toe's not moving for some reason. At the end of the crisis, Nim hit Toe. Toe fell ill and started rolling down the ground with Nim. But he didn't have to get Liaulf's thrust. Toe. It's going to hold on. Nim. My heart is not here, and so on. Toe was relieved. At that time, I had a father. Toe. Boss and grumbling Toe. Nim stared at Toe's face with an anxious look. Nim, Liaulf is coming back. Sierra rendezvous the S rank is so. Every time I hear a scream, Someone dies. Sierra and Nim stared at the battlefield. Reinhardt opponents Jido, while the Central adventurers are Fran and A-rank monsters. The rest of us are battling S-rank monsters. But it's not even a battle. Not like this. Sierra lost words to the sight-like expression, only to breathe repeatedly on her shoulders. Ladies. Absolutely. That's when I heard Yogi scream. Nim and Sierra looked back and then saw what Liao Yulf looked like earlier. It's like running at the speed of cutting the sky. Sierra sets her sword and stands before To and Nim. No, lady, just run away. You won't get hit with a body like that. Yogi pleaded to run, but Sierra didn't. That was Sierra's decision. My body moved naturally, and when I realized it was protecting both of us. Liao Yulf's rampage was a direct hit when he realized he should run away with the two of them. I saw Sierra's body dancing through the universe, and Nim screamed. Yogi and Cedric lost their words and watched the sight as they doubted their eyes. To in relaxed state, Sierra's body fell to the ground. Damn! The adventurers who were around him running toward Liao Yulf as he raised his voice to respond to the cries of Yogi and Cedric. Those who have been fighting with Sierra for this short time. My biggest, Blanche. Yogi stuck out his glowing fist. The demon sword of disease, feathered fell. Cedric wrapped a swirling wind around the blade of his sword and ran. The adventurers chanted the greatest magic for each and headed to Liao Yulf. There was a roar on the battlefield, and the earth vibrated in its heat. But there was too much difference in level. Cedric's sword broke and scattered the moment it hit Liao Yulf's body. Yogi's fist made no sense and stopped only making small noises when he touched Liao Yulf's body hair. It's like hitting a pebble in a big bear's body. Liao Yulf didn't even look to the mass assault of the adventurers. But I guess I felt it. Noticed Liao Yulf turned around and gently raised his forefoot. Hey, you're lying. Cedric is rigid and unable to move. Shortly after, Liao Yulf slapped his right foot hard on the ground. Yahoo! Yogi and Cedric, along with the shock waves, and the other adventurers were flown. Adventurers with severe pain running and groaning on their bodies due to the impact of the fall. Liao Yulf saw them trembling forward. There is also To next door. Eyes are vain. When Liao Yulf approaches the two gently, he raises his right leg the same way. Your husband. A grain of tears conveyed Nim's cheek. And it was when I was ready to die and whine softly. Nim, stay down. A familiar voice disappears from somewhere, where a single black blade appears loose and falls to the ground. It was an instant event. Liao Yulf's body splashed and bounced flesh pieces and blood as if he had poked a balloon with a needle. Like switching the air on the battlefield, there was a gust of wind enough to push all the smoke that was filling the area out, and the adventurers and knights around them turned their bodies wide upside down. I'm glad I made it. Your husband, but the wind pressure doesn't affect Nim, To, or Sierra, who is falling a little further away. Nim, I'll do it later. Get some rest. Bearing huge red and black wings, the political sect appeared on the plains. Nim wiped his moist eyes and stared at the political sect. People are dying. On the right-hand side of the political sect, Ver was watching the battlefield. Master, that's... Nim turned a blind eye to the red and black wand. Nim, what happened to To? When Zhengzong gently touched Nim's cheek and made sure he was safe, he gave a harrowing look at To next door. I don't know. It's been like this ever since I saw Liao Yulf. Liao Wolf? It's about that monster your husband killed. The political sect saw blood and flesh pieces scattered around him. But he said nothing. And then his gaze moved on to Sierra, where he was at a distance. Healing fluctuations. A light green sphere appeared around the political sect. It became so huge a sphere that it encircled Sierra in an instant that it healed not only Sierra but also the adventurers around. Nim, just watch To for a second. Yes, sir. Nim stared at its back with an uneasy look on his face. Somewhere to the quiet political sect passing by, and the political ministry rushes to Sierra in an instant. Sierra, can you stand? When the political sect held Sierra's hand, Sierra had already regained consciousness. Masamoon, is it? Excuse me. The political sect further applied the magic conditional anomaly healing, effect heal, to Sierra, removing fatigue from Sierra's body. Sierra, will you evacuate the knights and adventurers fighting around you? I'll do it later. Can I leave it to you? No problem. End it immediately. Okay. Supported by a political sect, Sierra slowly rises. Sierra, I can't get the loot in for crusading a monster, but what's going on? I thought so when I crusaded Nutkalane. This was intentionally set up. Perhaps some of our enemies can use necromancer magic. Necromancer magic? It's a magic that temporarily resurrects the dead. I see, he's a necromancer. Leave the adventurers and knights to me. Oh, please. More about Toe than that, but what happened? Looks like there's no trauma. It's Liao Yulf. Didn't Toe say it before? Once when I was a kid, I was attacked by a monster in the woods. Is that it? I don't know. Wouldn't there be something like trauma about Leo Wolf? I see. The political sect returned to Toe in an instant. Toe, do you understand? It's me. But Toe's eyes were looking in a different direction. There was no color in his eyes, and he was vain. Conditional anomaly healing, effect heal. The political sect also applied the same thing to Toe Sierra. Gradually Toe's eyes regain color and his mouth slowly begins to move. Mazza, Mune. Having regained consciousness, Toe called the name of the political ministry in front of him. I smiled slowly. Toe, do you understand? It's too late. Sorry. The political sect had a grin of relief in the words. Take Toe and evacuate from here with Sierra and everyone else. I don't know why this is happening, but I'm gonna finish off the monster. Nim nodded, and the political ministry walked out toward the battlefield as he stroked Nim's head. At the end of the gaze of the political sect was another Liao Yulf. It's biting the adventurers one after the other. What? You're a healer boy, aren't you? Yogi and Cedric, who were lucky enough to be within healing magic, have noticed and spoken to the political ministry. What the hell is a healer doing here? The magic of a healer doesn't help here. I don't want to hate you anymore, but this isn't where guys like you come from. Go home if you know what I mean. Cedric also notices. I remember. You were sorry about before, but follow Yogi's instructions here. Most adventurers evacuated. I don't make fun of it. You better get out of here. In healers, they just feed on them. I heard Liao Yulf howling so as to block the conversation. The political sect looked back and saw the big white wolf approaching here. I'm not telling you, boy. Run. Yogi stood up to cover his political sect, facing the impending Liao Yulf. Cedric acted the same way. Take them and get the hell out of here. Why are these two covering me? Asked Zhengzong, staring at their backs. But it was Toe and Num who were intact. Sierra. Maybe he was unscrupulous. So for that matter. What are you saying? Bump. Run. My legs are tied. Get the fuck out of here. The political ministry understood the two words. Well. Did you protect the three of us? Thank you. I'll do it later. You can't have a healer out. You're dying, aren't you? Yogi yelled back. At that moment, Masamune disappears, and it was in front of Liao Yulf that the next political ministry appeared. Give up your loot. Erosion wave dispares aura. A red and black sphere unfolded around the political sect, and it instantly swallowed Liao Yulf, making its giant invisible. When the political sect lifted the magic, Liao Yulf, who should have been in front of him, had disappeared without sound. Yogi and Cedric don't know what happened. In the first place, I don't even see the political sect moving. When I realize there is no Liao Yulf, I suffer from understanding, but there I see the appearance of a political sect. I understood the meaning of it. The political sect picked up a stone that had largely fallen to the ground. It's big enough to be a little zero from one hand. Looking far away, at the end of his gaze was a big ghost figure, wearing a crown-like object on his head. In his right hand, he carries a sword big enough to fit the length, an oak king. The political sect grips the stone and takes the casting structure. I activated skills, Rigoku, Mind-Eye, Action, Disconnect, and Physical Enhancement. The political sect threw the stone forcefully toward the Oak King. The stones thrown cut the sky and fly straight. I caught Oak King's head. At that moment, the top burst from the neck, splashing eyeballs, teeth, and indistinguishable flesh around. The adventurers and knights around them looked up at the heads of the sudden explosion of Oak Kings, just bewildered. But when Oak King fell to the ground on his knees, he cheered unknowingly for no reason. The political sect reinforced the arm of the shooting with Rigoku. He didn't see the subject's steep spot in Mind-Eye, read the target's movements and disconnect, corrected the trajectory, and increased his throwing power in flesh enhancement just in case. Cedric and Yogi had seen the sight in the distance as well. When the laughter gradually spilled, we realized that we had survived. Yogi, you're safe now. Oh, you can leave it to that boy later. Well, you won't be able to call me a kid anymore. Yogi groaned softly at the end. You're a liar, laughing out loud with Cedric. A large, Red and black glowing magic formation appeared at the feet of the Cyclops as they involved the adventurers. The translucent red and black walls that emerged along the edges of the magic formation eliminated the Cyclops' whereabouts and were like beakers. Numerous confusions and screams were raised, and a large number of adventurers and knights were seen evacuating from among the beakers. For some reason, they slipped through the translucent wall. A red-eyed goddess, peeking at her face more than a crack that appeared above her. A muscle of blood tears spread on his cheek and the first grain was dropped. One drop of it goes from the inside of the beaker to the Cyclops looking up into the sky, falling into its big naked eyeballs. Moments, shouting so loud that it shook the air echoed on the battlefield that a large number of blood tears were shed on the cuts. It was like rain, and the blood melted and drilled the Cyclops' flesh from the moment it was touched, gradually turning it into a messy chunk of flesh with no prototype. "Hey, Reed, wake up. Oh, I see it. No more of us." Daniel and Reed left the front. The two of them were looking at the sight in the distance. "Is that an example boy?" "You know what? But that blood looks familiar." "That's the one that was around Nut Lane that day." "I mean, you have that kid." "Oh, I don't know what it is, but I'm standing with a weird wand." "I don't care." A stranger's adventurer helped a knight who could not defend his country. That's all. There were no more words between us. The political sect feathered its wings on its back and stepped down to a point where A-rank monsters were dense. Erosion wave disparries aura, exercise magic and expand its scope at once. The fluctuations indiscriminately capture and involve the adventurers and knights around them. It stopped expanding where it had captured Cockatrice and Wyvern and instantly contracted and disappeared. I didn't see a single A-rank monster there anymore. The adventurers and knights looked around and were puzzled by what had happened in the moment. "Master, it's him at the end." "That rocky guy." "That's Ground Golem. It is a giant pedestrianized monster with 2 legs covered in sand, stone and rock all over its body." "Master, let me do this." "Nothing, I hope." When the political ministry heard Ver's words, he turned his cane to the distant earth golem. The adventurer around him looks at it just silently, questioning its appearance. "I still don't understand the situation." Dark pearl of greed, black ergo. Immediately after, a giant black sphere appears swallowing the upper body of the ground golem. Those who were on the spot raised their voices frightened for a moment. But when the sphere disappeared and the ground golem appeared only in the lower body, the voice turned to cheer. Jido opened his eyes and stared at the far-sighted political sect. "There is sweat on my forehead." That was in the meantime. "Who is it?" "He is," Jido asks Reinhardt in front of him. "Sana." "I see. Not even the White King Knight has grasped his qualities." Jido looked at Fran, who was far away. "I didn't expect one boy to push me this far. My plan is ruined." Jido's sweat was tremendous, and from his complexion he could see enough haste. "I no longer care about the White King Knight or anything. You're in the way." Jido went to Reinhardt's belly and put in a kick wrapped in flames. Reinhardt turns upside down when surprised. "Fran, come here." "Those people are behind us. I'll finish that crazy adventurer first." "Is that about me?" What? When he noted, Jido's feet were off the ground. He had his neck grabbed and lifted by a political ministry. "Gra. When Gua?" The political sect put a light force on his left hand and glanced at Jido. "The painful ball of mercy, Mademoiselle Pain." There a giant purple light sphere appeared above the front, attacking the political sect. A frank. Her unleashed magic was shredding the ground and approaching with a roar as she vibrated the air. "I'm not here to fight you guys. It's not even as good as my mouth." "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Now you're dead." Fran laughed softly, as he was convinced that he had struck directly at the political sect. But the light sphere that was supposed to have released in the front suddenly jumped up into the air and exploded and disappeared in the air. The political sect kicked his ass lightly. "Who are you people? Have you come to destroy the king's capital? But you can't do that with so much power." Political sect asked as he lifted his Giddo. "The great spear of mercy, Mademoiselle Javelin." "Fran, come on." "I'm here too." "He's persistent." "I'll finish that one first." Jido's expression is strong. "I'm sorry, Master Jido. I also know that there is a Jid, but he is dangerous." "I'm sorry to hear that. Mr. Giddo will be here." "Come on." Yeah. Fran had a prank grin and unleashed the big purple spear he had on his right hand. "Is the first step in the Empire going to be broken by a kid like you?" Fran was so disturbed that she forgot her own elegant tone. The political sect turns around and sees the spear visible at the end of his gaze. Empire. What is that? After pure doubt, the political sect grabbed the flying spear with his left hand. Ver looks next door at the state of the political sect as it floats in the universe. The political section immediately threw the grabbed spear back when it was switched backwards, and the big spear flew more than twice as fast as when Fran threw it. The returned spear stabs Fran at his feet and explodes. No way. It can't be. I can't believe you bare hands. Fran fell on the spot to wear a buttcake due to the shock of being grabbed bare hands by the magic of his entire body. So, what do you mean, Empire? But Jido doesn't answer frightened. It's about a huge country that dominates a vast area of land and race. It was Reinhardt. Knights and surviving adventurers gather around Masamune. It is a height that you will not be able to reach in your lifetime. The apex of the continent. That's the Empire Dao? The political sect threw the Gido away with a look of surprise. Without even looking to the Guido that was slapped to the ground, he used his skill's mindfulness momentum to draw him forward, including Fran, who was in a state of relaxation. Further remove the broadsword from the different space storage. Wait. The political sect stopped his hand. As prisoners, the White King Knights will keep them. As Reinhardt blames, these guys still have something to ask. Reason for raiding this country. Then on the sincerity of the Empire. I don't know anything if I killed him. And why my people were murdered. They hurt my people, too. The political sect did not lay down his sword and turned a cold look at Jido. If I'd been a little late, it could have been that we were all dead. The political sect poked the broadsword at Jido's neck again. Hey! Reinhardt's fury echoes on the quiet battlefield. Thank you for your help. But this is an interstate matter, and from here on out we are under the jurisdiction of the White King Knight. There's no room for a single adventurer to pinch his mouth. That's a crosstalk. A political sect leaking a disgruntled snort. Unsolicited behavior in the territory is not allowed. Did I just tell you I helped? A political sect that recalls a previous conversation. That's not true. I just eliminated the danger to my people. Nothing. I didn't help you guys. The blade tip gently touched the neck muscle of the Gido, and the blood conveyed a little of the neck muscle. Higher. Oh, stay. I need your help. Anything if you help me. Jido, who felt pain in his throat, pleads with a frightened look, but I could see the left eye of a slightly reddish political sect, clogging the words out of the tattering fear and agitation. Likewise, Fran took a breath. It is the eyes of those who are lying. You're trying to escape when you see a gap. Shit, no. I'm not running. I'm gonna let you guys get me. A political sect laughing thinly with only one mouth raised. Jido behaves more and more strangely. Reinhardt, I ask you one thing. Can you White King Knights detain these two? The political sect did not turn around and said so without looking at each other. What the hell can you guys do with no hands or feet on a monster? You're the strongest of the White King Knights, aren't you? I don't think you can keep these guys away from one of these gullible men. Masamune, wait. Sierra showed up. There is no lie in Reinhardt's strength. He's the strongest knight in Razorson. This country can't be exclusive. There's gonna be another damage. Reinhardt was fighting with concern for his surroundings. You can't lose one-on-one. Next to Sierra was To and Nem. They both look at the political sect with the same uneasy look as Sierra, but he doesn't seem to have noticed. Grievance pain. Phantom pain. A political sect that inadvertently unleashes magic. Jido screamed with cramps and shorted his breath to breathe on his shoulders as the pain passed. Please don't. But the political ministry cannot hear. Sierra, I just felt like I was dying from you. When the political sect said so, he looked at the Gido so as to close his face and observe. You just tried to do something to Sierra, didn't you? Keep your breath out, Jido, not trying to answer. The look is frightening. The pain of the grieving spirit, phantom pain. Hey, Masamune. Sniffles and tears. Who is it? Gido stares into the sky with pimples and cramps. With his eyes open to the extreme, he's leaking his voice into small pieces. Stop it. That's when Reinhardt put his sword to the political sect. Torture of prisoners is not acceptable. It's an unacceptable act in Razorson. What are you going to do? I didn't know you were pointing a sword at me. You know what that means? Masamune. But the next time I heard a voice, the expression of the dark cloud of the political sect cleared up. What's the matter? You don't look like Masamune. That was To. The battle is over. To. I'll take care of the rest and we'll go home. right? The political ministry's mind was terribly upset by To asking to tell him. Through the giddo in front of me, I saw myself objectively. I just swinging pupils. A political sect that kills breath without being noticed. Breathing that gradually gets rough. Not to kill, but to ask myself why I am hurting the unknown. But I have no answer. The same question ran around my head, wondering if magic was a dream and not a fantasy. And every time the words get clogged and I can't think of a way ahead. The political sect could not even face To. Say it again. Put that sword down. Okay, I'll take care of them. Now a little backwardness has sprung up the political sect. I missed my eyes with Reinhardt on the side with some lonely look on his face, and he gave me his sword. He solved the mind power that was holding Jido and Fran, and returned to To. Nemenciara. Sorry. A political sect misleading with a bitter laugh at a nagging mood. Welcome back. To cheered as usual and said nothing else. I'm home for a moment confused. I returned it the same way I usually do. The look on the face of the political sect that was stuck was soothing, as if relieved. It's just still disturbing in my mind. From the moment I understood that this was the place to go back to in To's appearance, I was struck by the feeling of loss that To was turning away from, and in the dark. The misguided smile made To uncomfortable and made him uneasy. To smiled with the same smile. The political sect is stuck with words for the discomfort it has returned, and I can only continue to grin. Unreliable. He's a stupid knight. Make peace. Make peace. At that time, the liberated Fran raved, his voice alive. Jido, on the other hand, is relieved, but Fran is not even oriented. Thank you, Lord Knight of Heroes. When Fran says thank you to Reinhardt, he takes a distance from the spot. As soon as he leaves, a smile, but that brank grin that floated had turned to faceless the moment he captured the political sect in his sight. Damn, I'll make you regret I didn't kill you. Corpse spirit, necromance. Fran developed a vast magic formation around herself. The corpses of adventurers and knights lying within range rise. Now, kill them. Surgical destruction. Soul Blake. But Fran's magic was inadvertently deactivated so that the glass was scattered by chanting. Stupid. Did you destroy the technique? Even Reinhardt had lost words to the sight. To, this is the last time. Let's go home when it's over. Yeah. To looking unconvinced. But if I can't help it, I forgive the expression. This is what I said. When the political sect squeals to sound like Reinhardt, he approaches Fran step by step. The body that was about to rise fell to the ground again, and later there was only the appearance of Fran standing flat. Bullshit. It can't be. My magic. Why is this my magic? The gaze does not capture anyone, and Fran repeats the same words as the bumps. One prisoner would be enough. A political sect whining like an inquiry. Reinhardt answered nothing. Something that's going to die in here. Fran roughed up his voice and turned his back on an impending political sect to flee in a hurry. In his head, the political sect grants the sorcery fly, an inverted prank, pull, to chant newly acquired sorcery. The one who binds dies a brigadio. Shortly afterwards, a good number of arms jumped from Fran's feet, fingers, back of hand, arms, all of which are in the same shape as human ones. It is a bright white arm as if it is not in the sun, and the nails are red. I don't like it. No, no, no. Those white arms instantly restrain the summoning giant Fran. One finger moves, but Fran can no longer only summon. A political sect with a broadsword that passed in a flash. Immediately after, Fran bleeds out of his mouth. By the time the severed neck fell, Fran's cry had also disappeared, and an announcement had flowed to the head of the political ministry. Fran Bolfran, LV, 46, Crusade has activated the skill Guardian of the Goddess. Choose your loot. Zengzing opened the loot screen with a sigh. Skill, Magic Attack Enhancement. Temporarily increases magic attack power. Skill, Lighter. Temporarily lighter your own weight. Magic, Fly. Can float through the air by consuming magic. Magic, the Painful Ball of Mercy. Mademoiselle Pain. Summons the Ball of Merciful Pain. Magic, the Great Spear of Mercy. Mademoiselle Javelin. Summons the Great Spear of Mercy. Sorcery, the Surrender of the Corpse. Necromance. The flesh of the dead is used as a medium to call awareness and possess it from somewhere. Equipment, Dress of Mercy. Fran's beloved dress of merciful purple fur. Equipment, Topaz Necklace. A simple necklace with topaz in the center. Equipment, Topaz's Piercing, 2. Simple piercing with topaz. The Surrender of the Corpse. Necromance. Is this it? I wondered if watching the loot would distract me. But it doesn't work. The political sect went back to the three of us in the footsteps. Well, let's go home. Yeah. Toe's smile slowly calmed the heart of the political sect. I hid some serious thoughts behind that smile about what would have happened to me if it weren't for Toe. Where was my anger going? For the political sect, Toe is salvation. Wait. It's Reinhardt's voice. However, it is a little clearer than earlier. The political sect looked back in dissatisfaction. The way we do it is not commendable. There is no need. But I don't know what you mean. I just couldn't admit what you did as a knight defending this country. Torture is not allowed in the king's capital. After I blamed him, there was a mundane sight there. Reinhardt fell on one knee on the spot. As I learned from him, gradually the nearby knights also began to kneel on the spot. When he realized, all the knights of the king's capital who were with him had bowed their heads to the political sect. Let me thank you, Masamune. Without you, we would have. This country would have perished. Hey, is that what a knight would do? You suck, on the boulder. It's much better than losing the country. You saved this country. It's the birth of a hero. Yogi raised his arms and shouted. What, you say you're a hero? A political sect whose words cannot be swallowed from upset. He's the hero of this country, Razorson. I'm not afraid of empires anymore, said Rook to Hitchhike. But not just the two of them. But everyone was affirming the political sect. Thanks. Shortly after Reinhardt said so, the plane that should have been the battlefield hero Naito. The cheer rolled up. The cheer gradually grew louder, and when he realized that all those gathered had hailed the political ministry as heroes. I can also hear some hero Masamune in a big cheer, if Greyberg finds out this. The political temper was complicated, but there was nothing to be done about the cheer, and in the midst, saved by Toe's expression, the political ministry had another grin of relief. Take the prisoners. Then it's Daniel and Reed. Get them both to the infirmary. Ha! In a corner of cheer, Reinhardt secretly gives instructions to his men. And then, he disappeared from the spot. It was on a small high hill that we reached. Far below his eyes he can see the political sect at the heart of the cheer, but Reinhardt turned his back to make sure he was around. Edward. Kneeling on the spot, Reinhardt gently touched Edward's body, which was severely missing. The expression is dark and faceless. Sorry. I saw Yan Yi approaching behind quietly there. With a song sword in place, Yan is slashed to the nose of Reinhardt. Ugh. The movement stopped and blood dripped from Yan's mouth. The heart was pierced by a straight sword of Reinhardt resting on his back. Was it still there? Why do you realize? The last word was broken, and Yan fell on the spot. Perfume for assassination is imitation of licking. Yan's clothes were stained with Fran's perfume. But Reinhardt has no reason to know such convenience. A week has passed since their raid by the Empire. Since then, feasts had been held everywhere in the king's capital as every day, and the whole country had been engulfed in a celebratory mood. That's the same with the Eclato mansion, and Mr. Brown and Maria threw a party for Sierra, Toe and Nam as they did every day for their safe return. Hello, hero. Ha ha. Hello. This is who I am now. I can speak to people I don't know just walking around town. Many people have spoken to me today saying I'm just going to the guild. You have to laugh bitterly each time. Toe and Sierra are also busy waving. Nim was shy of hiding in my shadow. Whoa. Hey guys, here comes the hero. It was the hot bitter men and the noisy adventurers who opened the door of the guild and came into view. Yogi, standing on the table and putting up a joke, welcomed me. Yogi didn't think anything about being helped by me, the healer. Rather, you've worked so hard even though you're a healer. I was so impressed for some reason. Every time you're different from me in town, you say, you're a hero. And the beginning and end of a familiar voice. I want you to stop because the people in town who noticed are going to make a scene saying, that guy looks like a hero. I couldn't even get where I wanted to go because of it. And I had my face on the guild but was going to spend most of my time in the garden of the Eclato mansion. Yogi, please don't call me that. What is it? Isn't it good? I'll treat you to raspberries again. A raspberry is a flowery beer that is a specialty of this country. After a while Yogi came back with raspbeer in both hands. I like booze, especially since I've been drinking raspbeer here every night lately. Adventurers who can't resist drinking from noon continue to drink by involving the entire guild. But that's not just adventurers. The entire Wank capital was filled with the smell of alcohol. There's a knob, 2. How about those ladies over there? I'll bring you some juice for your cat and daughter. I'm not a cat girl. It's Nim. Oh yes or number. Nim, bad, bad. Nim was guided to receive red juice from Yogi, but took his seat. I came here today to take a request. What a light guy. That said, I can't say anything about Nim either. Something's been going on here lately, hasn't it? They surrounded the table, each with liquor and juice in one hand, and lowered their hips to their usual seats. "'Cause the country's been saved? It's not natural for that to happen. What would have happened to the king's capital if Masamune hadn't come? Everyone would have admitted to losing then, and I can't help it. The feast will last for the time being." Sierra was pouring in a second glass of raspbier, saying, "So, Sierra, is the White King Knight's job okay?" "The knight says booze starts during the day. I don't mind. I drank Reinhardt yesterday." "Whoa, Knight lady. That's a good drink." "That's what they say." Sierra, blushing her cheeks. "Toe, who burns and loses his sense of confrontation." "I'm feeling drunk with juice." "Nim, how many times in the past week have you seen similar sights?" "Since the end of the war, few adventurers have been asked. There are also few requests for bulletin boards." "That is because all over the country are as feasted and drunk as they are every day." "That said, I have no pride in being an adventurer, and I'm not going to blame them. I just wish I could live happily ever after. I just don't like places with a lot of people. I don't hate this liveliness and guild vibes." But a few minutes after that, I followed the store as usual. I was drinking raspbier in a tavern without a sign for one. The second counter seat from the left is in position this past week. I guess this store only comes regularly. If it's not even noisy, only a few people will always see it, because the others are banquet threesomes. There were no other guests today than me in particular. "You're free today." Talking to the master doesn't answer, either, as usual. Only music I don't know plays from Magic Props. Other than that, it was quiet. The store door opened and a man came in. That's the face I've seen several times. The man vacated one seat and sat next to me to my right. "An order whiskey." "Are you alone again?" He knew me, too. "Ah. Well, yes." "The atmosphere outside doesn't keep you breathing long." "Is that why you always come here?" "Well, yes. There are always very few people here." With that said, "Excuse me." I apologized to the master. "Are heroes familiar?" "Difficult adventurer." "With all this honor, you'll get anything." Connect the words with a sip of raspbier. "You knew?" "It's weird not to know. Somehow I know the identity of those who are stuffing through." "You've been here a long time." "Is your uncle a regular?" "My name is Arnold. I've been stuffing this place since I was an adventurer. I can't come here any more often now, but I still get my feet on occasions." "Master, keep his share with me." "Huh." "Lord Naito, it's my treat today. That's why I rented out the store." "Rent out?" He looks through the store without understanding the translation. Mr. Arnold looked at me with a pungent look. So, the name Arnold caught on. "Master, ask him for a whiskey." "Mr. Arnold is not an adventurer now, is he?" "Oh, I'm a king now." "Holy shit. King?" "I'm sorry. Reinhardt told me you weren't going to respond." "So rent out?" "Yeah, but..." I accidentally saw the master's face. "I guess it's just normal for the master to accept." "Shall I call you Lord Masamune, or with Lord Naito?" "Don't worry, what we talked about here won't leak outside." "Well, in Naito, please." "What do you think of me?" "Then Lord Naito." "I would like to confer a medal on Lord Naito." "I'll give you the title if you want." "You get the money, the honor, the status." But Reinhardt said it would be better if he asked what Lord Naito intended. "That's why I've set up this opportunity, Lord Naito, and I don't want you to hesitate to answer." "What do you want from me as king?" A sudden glimpse began, and suddenly the question plagued me. "I don't need the honor of being here to leave Wangdu. I have money, and even if I get a title, I'm unfamiliar with it and don't know how to use it." "That's a reward for preventing an empire raid, isn't it?" "That's what happens. His name as king is obsolete, such as nothing in return for the hero who saved the king's capital." "Whatever, I want you to say what you want." "I don't want any money." "Well, I told Reinhardt, if possible, to erase the name political sect." "Huh, don't you want money?" "You're changing as I was asking Reinhardt." "Nevertheless, it's a very unusual favor to erase your name." "I hope you don't pry, but I have a problem with heroic politics spreading." "I see." "Okay, let's do something about it here." "But that's all." "Well, there are a few things I'd like you to tell me." "Ask me anything." "I'm looking for attack magic that even healers can use. Is that what's in this world?" "I checked it out at the Royal Library, but I didn't really get it. I remember what Mr. Sharon said. I went to the library a few days ago but forgot I couldn't read the letters. Well, you were talking about Lord Naito being a healer. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anything like that in my experience. Because healers are specialized in healing magic, it's common sense that they can't use anything else. I've never heard of an exception. Really? I'm sorry. But if you go to magic school, you might find out something. Higher School of Magic in Hyalquay, one of the 3 major schools of magic. He is a prestigious school for magicians and my son is attending. Not that far from here. With that said, Zephyr also told me to learn magic at school. A magician like me says that's common. It's easy for magic schools to gather books and information like no other. I don't know if there's anything useful about Lord Naito, but it shouldn't hurt to go. Let's get a letter of recommendation from me. I'm an old friend of the principal over there. Well, please. I'll stop by on my journey. Okay. If I see my son, I want him to get along. If you don't have any other questions, I'd like to tell you one thing. Okay, go ahead. Sorry for the sudden, but when you leave the country, will you let Sierra accompany you on your journey? Speaking of which, Mr. Hilda tells me that. Well, then it's a quick story. I've already agreed, including Reinhardt and the late Edward and other White King Knights. Mr. Sierra knows. We haven't talked about it yet. It is to be communicated today in between meetings. But is it okay? One White King Knight is missing. A White King Knight is a position created to protect the king in the first place. It's not like we're supposed to be on the front lines fighting. The defense of the country is the work of Kingdom Knights and Ash regiments. And more importantly, I said Reinhardt wouldn't mind that. I trust what he thinks. There's no problem. Really? Then there's nothing wrong with me either. But let Sierra make the final decision. Because I don't like to be forced to take you around. Let me tell you something. Then for a while, I scrubbed the whiskey. Mr. Arnold asks if he wants anything else, but he doesn't have anything in particular that comes to mind. A few days ago, Mr. Roberts asked the Eclata residence. It seems old Gert sold it, and I came to give him that share, but that was a lot of money while I said it wasn't everything. So I feel that it is somehow pointless to ask the king for money. If the other person is the king, I want to receive something more valuable than money. So I remembered. That's about Oliver Joe. When I ran into him in Tanya village, I dropped Oliver's letter and saw what he resented about the king. Mr. Sierra said Oliver was the Kingdom Knight of Razorson and former captain of the Ashes Regiment until 2 years ago. Mr. Arnold, there was one more thing I wanted you to tell me. Could you read this? What is this? A letter? Yes, that's Oliver Joe's letter. The look on Mr. Arnold's face as he glanced at the letter with doubts gradually turned into something dark and sad. I have heard from Reinhardt. Oliver's dead. He seemed to resent the country. He also cursed about Sierra admiring Mr. Arnold. After reading the letter, I wonder why. Only witchcraft I got from Oliver is also curious as to why the name of witchcraft hasn't been displayed yet. Except if it's hard to talk about. Oliver was captain of the Ashes Regiment. Mr. Arnold took a sip of whiskey when he cut it out that way and told me about past tragedies in this country. Heavy rain strikes heavy rain grains. Hey, hold on. In front of the young Arnold Razorson, one woman had fallen. She has brown cat ears on her head, which hold onto her tree. Beastman. Arnold held her and ran with his horse through the rain. It was like a cabin that could not be called a house. Arnold lets her sit down in a chair by the fireplace and hangs a blanket. This place. Did you notice? You were down. In all this rain. She received a cup of hot air from Arnold. Even thin smiles. I'm sorry, but I only have coffee. No, thank you. She takes a sip of coffee. Yummy. That's a good one. What's your name? I say Anna. Anna was a beast tribe. That's not just a beast clan either. Neet'S at Cathalia, the beast country, was the second princess of that country. What Arnold finds out about it is long after he meets her. At that time, Anna told Arnold to do her a favor. It was from the chase of the Kingdom of Beasts. Anna said she withstood the ideology and system of the beast country and fled the country. In this day and age, certain ideas were rooted in the beast kingdom. The idea is that the beast man is the highest race. Thoughts forbid us to associate with other races in the beast kingdom, but Anna was different. Anna believed that it was the engagement between other races that was great. Most importantly, Anna was interested in the outside world. Anna was adopted. Arnold's father was also a tolerant figure, accepting his son's request to be welcomed into adoption. Say his name Richard Razorson, and he is the former king of Razorson. You're like my grandson. Richard used to adore Anna for saying that in his lifetime, after a while, Anna will fall in love with one man. That's Oliver Joe. Hey Oliver, if you make Anna cry, I won't forgive you. Ha! I'll take care of it. I'll definitely try to protect Master Anna. Father, don't abuse Oliver. Arnold was in a complicated mood. Anna can have a man someday, too. I knew that. Someday. I have to fold it. From the guardian to the sender. Oliver was a straight man. He originally hated to fight and hesitated to kill even monsters, not people. But Oliver pushes and kills that emotion and builds herself up to protect Anna. When I realized that I had been entrusted with the captain's seat in the Ashes Regiment, but things aren't going so well. In this era, there was also discrimination against the beasts, as there was the idea of inferiority except the beasts in the Beast Kingdom. Hey, Captain, I hear you've been saying hello to the Beast Lady lately, huh? Those around them laughed at Oliver and Anna for making out. Fredger, watch your language. Sorry, I didn't think our captain would make love to such a filthy race. Oliver grabbed Fredger's chest barn. Say it again. I'll burn your throat out so you can never say anything boring again. Though it would be the Beast clan that should be ashed. We are the Ashes. Yes, Captain, I'll kill that beast woman, and I'll send her to the front line as supplies. Now that makes some sense that the Beast Man was born too. Right. Oliver's actions immediately after are not hard to imagine. He burned and killed Fredger. The flame did not burn him inside, he said, and burned him over time. Only ashes were left. Oliver killed in front of the others. I will not tolerate discrimination against the beasts. Think this is what happens to the guy who said a word. It soon entered King Richard's ear. The king ignored him, and his criticism of Oliver, who had received a curse, intensified. Everyone stopped talking about discrimination against the beasts, as they were told. Except for the criticism of Oliver. He was called the beast in the shadows of his men. It's your favorite hornbird meet today. I'm looking forward to that. Oliver and Anna built a small house in a certain forest away from the king's capital, where they lived. As captain of the Ashes Regiment, you can't leave the king's capital. But you were worried about the damage to Anna. King Charles allowed his stay in the woods. Nobody knows where they are, Father. When she found Arnold, who appeared in the woods, Anna rushed to hold him. But Arnold showed up, which meant convocation. Convening? Oliver asked. Oh, the front line range is expanding and the damage is intensifying. Anna gets sad. I'm glad to see Arnold, but I also think Oliver will be gone. Her mood was complicated. I'll be right back. So wait with Master Arnold. Cause I'm sure he'll be back safe. Yeah, wait for me. Anna didn't like being told that. The Battle of the Uranos Meadows. With one man, this battle will be named for history. That's Oliver Joe. He is referred to as the strongest of the historical captains of the Ashes Regiment. Hey, that's no way. Whoever sees its few elite troops, wrapped in flames, mutters his fears in his mouth. Definitely. It's the Ashes Regiment. At that moment, an alarm bell rang on the enemy camp. Oliver Joe is out. Often, he was known in the name of Ashes. Whoever sees its appearance will instantly become ashes, and not even ashes will remain on their marks. I don't even know if people are dead because there's no ash left. He was most feared on the battlefield at the time. Anna, with Arnold, was waiting for Oliver to return. Dear Anna, were you here? A certain group appeared. In their heads grew the ears of the same beast as Anna, but they come in many shapes. Who are you? Father. Anna stops Arnold from killing. She had given up. We have come from the Beast Kingdom of Neet'S at Cathalia, the man of the Beast King Celian. That meant Anna's return to the Beast Country. What the hell is a warrior of the Beast Nation doing here in Razorson territory? Don't you see? We are there to bring the princess back. Anna found where I was falling and I have raised her to this day. She's my daughter and a national of Razorson. And the man of use laughed at his words. Does that mean that if Razorson kidnapped the princess of the Beast Kingdom, you can take it that way? At that time, there was no more country to the right in force than the Beast Nation was said to be the strongest on the continent. In the Beast Kingdom, the knight is called a warrior. Their warrior had a tough flesh and a unique martial arts called veterinary arts. Razorson is a weaker country than that. The results were visible if contested with the Beast Nation. Arnold clogged the words. Anna, who looked familiar, told herself, just one day. Could you just give me one day, please? I'm leaving with you tomorrow. Anna. I can't do anything. Anna couldn't do it. such as hanging herself and her people's lives on a scale. "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow, Princess." And Arnold was well informed of those who used him. "It's totally seen down there." They knew Arnold couldn't get away. "Run and the war will begin." That's why this man can't go into stupid behavior. Arnold had been spotted. "Father, I don't want Oliver to die." If Oliver were known to exist, the Beast King would not leave Oliver alone. The idea that the Beast Man is the best creature. Therefore, it is not permitted to marry anyone other than the beasts, beyond conceiving a human child. If it is known, a man is slain, and a woman awaits a severe punishment called penance. "Fortunately, I'm not pregnant with that guy's child yet." "You won't find out if you keep your mouth shut." "Oliver shouldn't have to be killed. What are you going to do to me? Decide to be dead." That was Anna's answer. "Tell them I was attacked and killed by a bandit." "Oliver is still young. There's got to be as many other women out there who want to be tied to that guy." "Anna, please." There were 0 tears from Anna's eyes. "Burn this house tomorrow after I leave." "Stupid, why do you need to do that? If you know the truth, Oliver will always come after me. You will also come to the Beast Country. So he needs to believe in my death." The next day, and the Man of Use appeared, and Anna was taken to the kingdom of the beast. Arnold set fire to the house and set it on fire, as he promised Anna. It was only a few days after that Oliver returned from the battlefield. Oliver leaks his voice in front of the burned house. "Anna is. Where is Anna? The bandits attacked. Where is Anna?" Oliver's eyes looking up at the house are as if they don't fit perspective. It just seemed to open up. "You better not look." Oliver collapsed off his knees on the spot. To him, who starts laughing oddly, Arnold couldn't say anything. Shiitake, and Oliver quit the Ashes Regiment. "I can live the way I want, without being abused by any race, to make such a world for Anna." To Oliver's words, then Arnold made him serve as the nurturing knight. But 2 years ago now, the tragedy happened. Oliver killed those who were once his men, and all his godchildren. The Wangdu had a shrine ringing. That's a signal to the king's capital that something has gone wrong. Unquenchable flames were spreading all around the royal castle. "Oliver, stop it." Arnold cried. "Dear Arnold, it seems I was wrong. You should have noticed that a man is evil." There is hatred in Oliver's eyes. "Ever since I lost Anna, I've been staring at the dark, deep, somewhere unknown bottom. That's all I could see. Do you know what my men said to me like that?" "Oliver." "The beast keeper let go of the beast." Oliver grinned with both hands wide open. "You mocked me, Anna." The surrounding flames illuminate the two faces loosely. "The month has passed since then. What about now? Is it better than those days?" "No, you don't." The conversation just got rarer. Everyone, in the back of their minds, still has a sense of discrimination against other races. Just don't put them on the table. A human being is a collection of hypocrisy. Much does not speak, and everyone wants to hide and hide within. That's what you think you are, a high-ranking race. Poor quality, people, just don't speak publicly. I'm tired of getting to know each other like this already. There's no place for Anna here. No, it's supposed to be getting better. You know that too, right? Doing this won't do Anna any good. Arnold realizes. A chill ran on my spine. Oliver's eyes were glowing red. "Don't you talk about Anna." "Oliver's magic is amazing." Aqua di Mistral, a storm of water currents. Arnold did his best just to prevent it. Oliver gathers the surrounding flames with one hand and forms a pillar of fire in front of him. Looks like all the flames are under his control. "O king of hypocrisy, this country you built is man itself. You killed Anna because you're an orc. You didn't try to help Anna because she's an animal man." "What are you talking about?" "It's hard to see, Bug Spit runs. You guys are familiar." Oliver looks down at the body rolling at his feet. The last word these guys uttered was loyalty to the country. But don't you think it's strange, until that moment when your life is exhausted, you push yourself to death, and you don't speak the truth? "No. They pushed me to death. To the ideas of this country created by the king of hypocrisy." "Ideas? What do you mean?" "Peace. That would be the idea of this country. You pushed peace on these guys, so there is no one in this country who discriminates and despises race." "But that's not true." "You meant to bring peace to the country, but it was just an act of soiling over a corpse, and you can't hide the stench." Oliver collected the flames around him in one point. "Peace is broken because peace is broken. What can I do?" "Destruction, number to ashes. You can erase all memories and traces." "Listen, Anna's still alive." "Don't you speak that name." That was Arnold's last word. Oliver's. He rained rain like fire all over the king's capital and publicly disappeared.